I'm going to start saying things. There's a little buzzer that's going to go off, and I'm going to say, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's because we're not allowed to have one of those big giant hooks like they used to have on the stages when they yank you off of there. So I'm going to be filling out. So if you fill that out, remember 2 minutes, and we've got a lot of people, and I've got a stack of cards here. So you want to make sure you give time for the next people to speak, and everyone has a chance to speak at today's meeting. All right. Also to the presenters, I guess, in this process, you will have 10 minutes to do your presentations. That is part of our rules for the meetings. I can extend for up to 5 minutes if you need to add on an additional 5 minutes in your presentations, but I cannot extend past that by our rules. So if you need a little more time, I'm happy to give you a little more time, but I just want to prepare you ahead of time before we get started so that you're aware of that. Okay? Blue card's up at me. Thank you. Are we close?
We are close.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. He was finishing it up when I went back there. So.
Okay, we're close.
We could play a game of four corners while we wait.
No game.
Former classmate.
Okay. Here comes our IT guy to the rescue.
Can I invite everybody to our Veterans Day parade on Saturday before the pledge of allegiance?
Sure.
Okay.
Do that now.
Can you move them? Can you put them on the
Mayor,
drive?
could you invite everybody
You're not
to
gonna be able
our
to fit
Veterans
them?
Day parade on Saturday?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
The mic's on? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
And while I have you all here, now my microphone is working.
Good crowd.
We have such a great crowd. We're one of the only cities to bring back our Veterans Day parades here in Palm Beach County. So I would like to invite you all to please join us on Saturday downtown along Lake Avenue. What time?
11 a.m.
11 a.m. And let's make sure that we give our veterans the support and acknowledgement that they truly deserve. We've got a lot of heroes here in the Lake Worth Beach community, and we're very proud to show them our love and support. So please bring your kids too, your grandkids, everyone out and share the love. Okay? Thanks.
Recycling center. It's the name of this is Recycling Processing Center. On their thumb drive, they would be able to help you. Okay.
Sound like Christmas list?
Madam Mayor, it's 6:10 and we're live.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this Thursday, November 7th, special City Commission meeting, proposed Recycling Processing Center meeting to order, and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Pam Triolo,
Present.
Vice Mayor Andy Amoroso,
Here.
Commissioner Scott Maxwell,
Here.
Commissioner Omari Hardy,
Here.
Commissioner Herman Robinson.
Here.
Thank you.
If everyone would please rise for the pledge, led by Commissioner Robinson.
I pledge allegiance to the
Additions, deletions, reordering?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're going to go right into it. The title of the case is read into the record. So this is a request by George Balaban of Kimley Horn and Associates on behalf of Bill Cuthbertson for consideration of a recycling processing center at 2209 7th Avenue North. The commission will be considering whether to grant a conditional use permit, a major site plan, and a sustainable bonus incentive. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, as I mentioned before. And before we get started, do the commissioners have any ex parte communications, campaign contributions, or personal investigations to disclose? One at a time, starting with Commissioner Robinson.
I've had conversations with interested parties, and the election has been seems like such a long time ago that I really don't remember anybody contributing to my campaign.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
To the best of my knowledge, I have not received any contributions. I did meet with Christina Morrison and concerned residents on their concerns on the project. I also met with Blake McDermott on pros and cons on the project, and I sit on the BDB with their attorney.
I have had conversations with Mr. Daniel Hyatt and also with Mr. Hyatt's attorney Mr. Greg Kino, and also with the applicant's attorney, Mr. Brian Seymour. And I have received a campaign contribution from Mr. Daniel Hyatt and Mr. William Sneed, the affected parties. And to the best of my knowledge, I've received no campaign contributions from any other affected party.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Prior to March of 2018, I've received campaign contributions from Dan Hyatt, Fred Schmidt, Bill and Tanita Smith of Smith Air Conditioning, and I'm quite sure there are others in the Park of Commerce that I've received contributions from that I don't recall at this time. As far as ex parte communication is concerned, I've spoken with Christina Morrison, Dan Hyatt, and Blake McDermott.
Okay. I have also received numerous emails and phone calls from people that are interested in this meeting today. People on all sides of the issue. I guess some of the campaign contributions over the years, there have been some from the Park of Commerce. I know Mr. Hyatt, Schneed, not sure of Ms. Morrison or not. To the best of my knowledge, that's what I have known. And that was, I think, in 2011 or 12. Thank you. Do we need to fill out those forms?
Yes,
Just
and they
sign it,
Sign it.
if you would.
and submit it to the clerk.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone who's going to be giving testimony today, or anyone who wishes to speak and has filled out a blue card, would you please stand at this time, raise your right hand, face the city clerk, and everyone is going to be sworn in at this time.
Do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes. Yes. As you testify, state your name and address for the record, and if you represent a party, please also state who you represent. Thank you. Six.
Okay. Community Director for Sustainability. We need to give the presentation.
You can, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If it wasn't such a serious meeting, I'd ask you all to applaud our IT guy. But
Really wasn't his fault.
no. And any staff member too, state your name too for your public.
Okay. For the record, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. With me is Alexis Rosenberg, Senior Community Planner, and Andrew Meyer, Senior Planner. We will do the best we can to be brief in giving the overview of this case that was heard by the Planning and Zoning Board a few months ago. The Mayor has already read the request of Planning and Zoning Board Case 19-014-00008 and 19-005-00002. This is a little diagram that shows where the site is located in the Park of Commerce on its northwestern edge along the Keller Canal. The current zoning is IPOC, Industrial Park of Commerce, and the future land use is also industrial. A little bit of background was mentioned by the mayor. The applicant is George Balaban of Kinley Horn with their address. The request to the board is a major site plan to develop a recycling processing center. The conditional use permit for a high intensity, which includes a building larger than 7,500 square feet and a recycling center, and then a sustainable bonus, which is a request to allow the buildings to be taller than 30 feet. Some photographs of the neighboring properties in the Park of Commerce and in the general surrounding area. The existing conditions of the site, it should be noted that the site is at the end of 7th Avenue North, and at its property's edge, the right-of-way is unimproved. The staff went through originally an analysis of the property uses in the general vicinity. A table showing what the requirement is for a recycling processing center, which is a conditional use, which is part of the request tonight. Some of the policy analyses that from the comprehensive plan that deal with industrial, the location strategy, economic development, development in the Park of Commerce were reviewed, and the type of request was found to be generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. There are also qualitative standards with regard to the site plan and quality of architecture, and then the general community appearance. On the last two, the proposed major site plan was consistent with our community appearance criteria for the Park of Commerce. There were also analyses done related to the general harmony of the project and the protection of the public interest and the LDRs. They were generally consistent with those. There were specific findings from the conditional use request, and as we understand it, the case and requests were generally consistent with those findings. And then the basic review and decision criteria for the sustainable bonus, again, that was generally consistent with the approach and policies and objectives for the sustainable bonus incentive program for additional height of industrial buildings. This is just an overview of the site plan itself, and our little cursor doesn't work, but the top of the map or site plan is to the north. The canal is to the left, and the left, and then the property Marlin Industrial Park is to the right. There is an apartment complex to the south, and then there are some single-family homes across the canal to the west. There are 3 buildings in question. There's a maintenance facility, an office building, and a larger warehouse facility for the processing center itself. Just some general renderings. I'm sure the applicant will give you a more detailed explanation of the project itself. And that's it right now for the city staff's presentation.
There are 3 affected parties who have requested to make presentations, so at this time, we would hear from them.
No, we're going to hear from the applicant first.
Sorry, where's the, I'm sorry. Okay, the applicant, I'm sorry. I gotta cross off as I go.
Sorry.
The applicant may now make a presentation. And again, reminder too, under city rules, it's 10 minutes, and if you need some more time, I can squeeze 5 in.
While they're pulling it up,
When I'm pulling up, what would you like to pull up?
What's it listed under? Sure, please.
so I'll know when I see it. It's not pornography, but I'll know when I see it. It's a PowerPoint presentation.
Is it one of the thumb drives, Debbie? Is it one of the thumb drives?
It was.
Does it
Give it
sometimes
to-
have a label on it?
Oh, he loaded them all up.
Here's your thumb drive right there.
But they've all been loaded up on the.
They've all been loaded in there.
They have.
Is it titled something?
It is. It actually says applicant's presentation. There we go. Is there a clicker?
There is. There should be one right here. You're going to have to put this into the computer. That goes in the computer. This is. Should be. You should be fine.
Technology is supposed to make it so easy, right?
Right. For the record, Brian Seymour, Gunster, 777 South Flagler Drive, in the city of West Palm Beach. I'm the attorney for the applicant. Mr. Balaban is here, Mr. Cuthbertson is here. Ultimately, this is not going to surprise anybody, Jason Pepitone is the primary person who's going to be operating this facility. He's also here. Along with us, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an overview, and then each of these folks is going to be able to talk to you. I told them to go well under the 10 minutes. But because this is quasi-judicial, and because these are very technical matters that have actually been studied and analyzed by folks with specific expertise. So an architect deals with things of views and things related to harmony. A civil engineer deals with things of drainage, a traffic engineer of traffic, an environmental engineer for those elements. And then we also have a noise and dust consultant who did a report, which I believe y'all have, but I have an additional copy of his report just for the record. And I also have copies because I didn't want them to read their resumes to you, given the limited time. I have copies of all of their resumes, also for the record. So can I give these to you, Bill? Thank
Absolutely.
you very much. So that's who we've got with us, and you're going to hear from all. You're going to hear from all of them. My apologies. Like you, Madam Mayor, I've never been told I can't be heard. So I'm glad I'm in good company here. As I mentioned, Mr. Pepitone spoke at the P&Z. He's been doing this for about 25 years in this business. So what Mr. Pepitone does is operate facilities. Not every facility is the same. And so what you're going to hear about is a specific type of facility to come into the city of Lake Worth Beach here that provides value. And I'm going to talk, you'll hear a lot more in detail from the folks who actually are experts about this type of facility. It's an indoor only facility. The facility Mr. Pepitone operates now is not an indoor only facility. He works for another company. He operates it for them. This is going to be his facility. That is an older facility. It's actually, from what I understand, under construction. But it's not the same thing as what we have here that we're going to try to bring to the city of Lake Worth Beach that will provide you with some economic value. In addition, in excess of $10 million of capital investment is what we're talking about. This is not a cheap project that's going to be thrown onto this property. It will bring 15 to 20 jobs in the first year, with ultimately about 30 to 50 jobs. That, by the way, is why it's called Project Frank. So no one's trying to hide everything from the public. So what happens with economic development projects is they get poached, or that people start coming around. And I had a conversation with Kelly Smallridge at the BDB about this. Why do you call things something other than what they are? And it really is a function of trying to make sure that economic development project, as it works through the project, is allowed to be fully vetted without having the outside noise from not your residents, but from other people who might want to stop the competition or who might want to create other kinds of problems. Frank, by the way, just so everybody, they sent me a picture, but I thought it was a little bit sappy. It's Jason's dog who passed away. Michael's dog. So see, I didn't even know whose dog it was. I'm glad I didn't use the picture. Very cute dog, but that's where Frank comes from. And that's typical of economic development projects. Importantly, there's a lot of environmental benefit that comes with this. And there's going to be some concern. George Balaban is going to talk about water and on-site retention and water quality and all that stuff he can talk to you about. But this is a recycling facility, which means that materials have an opportunity right here in the city of Lake Worth Beach to be parsed out and work through that recycling process. And it's done in a way that reduces vehicle miles on the road so that we don't increase greenhouse gas emissions in our communities. So ultimately, this itself is about sustainability. This is about environmental benefits as well as the economics. And it is critical both before and after hurricanes, because you don't have to drive your stuff 30 miles out west or 20 miles away in order to get it off your streets. So a construction site or folks' lawns can get cleaned up. There are tree branches that come down and can get moved through this much more quickly before a hurricane event, creating a much safer community. And then after an event, when you need to clear your streets, whether you've got a down pole or whether you've got down trees, that is something that happens right here in your industrial area where it should be. And that's what occurs, and you end up with a better, safer community for everybody involved. Mr. Waters went through the location. It is in the Industrial Park of Commerce, right at that very end. It's funny, I drove by and took these pictures on my phone, so that's why they're not that great. I literally, from my car, I did this just to get a sense of what else was there. When you look at the various buildings, some of them are very nice, some of them are much older. And what you'll see with our architecture is that it is enhanced far beyond what is typical within the Industrial Park of Commerce. And certainly you have one building that is a couple buildings, the newer ones that are very nice. And Mr. Mayo, the architect, will talk about how he got there. The property effectively is an illegal dumping ground. That's what it's become. It's been vacant for decades. And Mr. Waters showed some pictures. You can see some of what's there in the property. Basically, this place, it's been disturbed, heavily disturbed. I understand that there's a lot of vermin there. There is a homeless encampment there. And that's really what the property's been looking like, and what we want to clean up and create something much nicer for you. So because this is quasi-judicial, I want to talk very quickly about the codes. As Mr. Waters said, it is in the IPOC, and it's consistent with your code. It is something that you contemplated in your code for this property. We're not asking for a change in code. We're not asking to bring something that wasn't contemplated here. In section 23.413 7C, I think 7C, it gets very detailed there. Recycling facilities are a conditional use. And the condition you put on them is the city. The city is indoors. It must be in an enclosed building. These recycling facilities are indoors. There are doors on either side that you'll hear about, and they're very high because the trucks have to come in, and they come in actually as they go in, and they start raising the backs of the trucks so they can get in and out through a good cycle so that you don't have backups. But ultimately, all those facilities are in that enclosed building. And then, of course, there's site design elements and other elements that you'll hear about from the consultants. So what this is about a limited facility. This is not solid waste. This is not a dump. This isn't even a complete recycling facility for everything. There's various levels, and Ms. Worthop, who is here, who's an expert in this arena, could give you all the details if you want them, but I asked her not to go into that much detail unless you ask. There's a series of levels in the Department of Environmental Protection that they have of the types of things. This is the lowest level recycling, C&D, construction and demolition materials. So they're typically roadwork, excavated material, demolition waste. That's right from the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. This is the places we already live and work. These are not dangerous materials. These are materials from construction projects, demolition projects, and they're all clean. And Ms. Worthop's going to talk about that because there's a lot of regulation that applies to this at various different levels, both from U.S., state, and local levels. When you talk about recycling facilities, there's licensing. Everybody who's on site, there's spotters for environmental concerns. Those people are licensed and trained. Mr. Pepitone is licensed and trained for that. So what else could happen? So there's a myth about development that it could just stay vacant and it's vacant and leave it vacant. But your code has a lot of different uses and a lot of things that could occur here if this doesn't get approved tonight. And it's worth talking about for just a second because this is not a noxious use. And we studied that and we looked at that, and Mr. Gunther's going to talk a little bit about that as well. But ultimately, some of the uses that your code talks about are commercial recreation uses, wholesale distribution, regional distribution, heavy utility, septic, sewer, drain, cleaning and repair, flea markets. Now, I grant you, some of those are limited by size. So you might have 2 or 3 that are 2,500 or 7,500 square feet. You're not going to have a 150,000 square foot individual Amazon distribution facility here. But you could have a lot of smaller ones that go into place in a mixed use type industrial facility, similar to what you might see around the rest of the industrial park of commerce. But these are the kinds of things that your code contemplates for this property. So after the meeting we had, we've done a lot of work. It took a little time, more than I would have liked, to be completely honest with you. But we wanted to keep moving and get it right, and we were asking a lot of questions of each other. And we've proposed, and what you're going to see tonight, and we were willing to add these on as conditions of approval. We can work out specific language, but these are things that have been done to the plans you're going to see tonight. Some of them, and I've done this a long time. People are not going to believe that this is going to change anything, and I understand that, but I'm telling you, we're trying to work with the neighbors, and we've gone further. The building has been moved away an additional about 5.5 feet from the property line, so that it's a little bit, as much further away as we can get while still having a safe truck movements through the site. So Mr. Balaban and Mr. Mayo worked together to make sure that could get done. You've got an extended screen wall. So that screen wall that was originally proposed is actually now going to be extended further. You'll see that as well. The southern lake was moved. The building is lowered a little bit, as much as can be done. You have to have for safety purposes, you have to have the doors a certain height, and then the building has to go a little bit above that. But Mr. Mayo reworked to get it as low as he could. The east property line along where the Marlin is proposed to increase the size of that fence, I think, to 12 feet. we're offering operational controls as well. Any open top truck, now we're not talking box trucks or vans or things that are already enclosed, but any open top truck would be required to have a tarp covering it. Again, that keeps some of the dust and anybody's concerns about debris so that they get covered with a tarp as they come towards the facility, and that they can't get to the facility or beyond the facility unless they come in that way. There was a concern about mud and coming off. Now, cars or the trucks that may be driving from the construction sites are going to be on a lot of roads, so anything that's off would be probably off by then. But when you exit the building, what we've done is there's a design where they're tire rinsers. So there's actually water that will go, rinse out those tires, go into the system to be cleaned so that everything can get done so that we can pull the... That's my time. All right, I'm almost done. Street sweeper will be on site. And then we also would agree that any vegetation would be removed within 48 hours. We would ask for a limitation in storm events, pre-storm and post-storm, that we may not be able to do it in 48 hours because obviously those are critical time frames where we need to continue to move. But those are all things that we're willing to do, and that's why they're in there. Now we can work the language out, but that's why they're there, so we can always go back and see it. So with that, the experts who actually, can give you the details, because this is really technical stuff, are going to go through this. And instead of me getting up each time, Mr. Balaban will start. He'll then turn it over to Mr. Mayo, who will then turn it over. So till the final expert, and then I might conclude for 30 seconds just to remind you why we meet your code sections. Thank you very much.
Good evening. George Balaban for the record, Kimley Horn Associates, 600 North Pine Island, Plantation, Florida. As you can see here, this was not an easy task or an easy project by any means. We studied this, like Brian said, and it took over 20 iterations to get to this point. So we thought of as much as we could on this, and we implemented as much of controls as we could. In addition, between all three buildings, we consider pedestrian connectivity between the processing building, repair and maintenance, and the admin building, and then ultimately to the right-of-way line. So you can walk to it if you wanted to. In addition, the driveways were strategically designed to ensure it's very fluid and it all made sense, and it's very easy to cooperate. So what happens is on the westernmost driveway, the truck enters, heads south and circulates to the back of the building, and then heads north, generally in the center of the building. It opens up and generally dumps in that area, and then exits and hangs a right and exits on the easternmost driveway onto 7th Avenue North. In addition, we've dedicated 10 foot of right-of-way along 7th Avenue North. I know there's a project coming up with the city, with the expansion and doing some water and sewer and stormwater improvements. So we've allotted for additional right-of-way for that. And also, as Brian mentioned, we did slide the building 5.5 feet east. Now we're providing over 37 foot of landscaping on the western buffer, and that's adjacent to the building. So basically, what we're doing with that is staggering additional trees. So there's heavy landscaping. We'll have large trees, medium trees, and shrubs in order to be able to disguise as much as possible. In addition, we're also adding two large lakes, which very fortunate that we're able to fit these two large lakes on the project in order to screen further from our neighbors. And this is great. It's usually a luxury. I'm a civil engineer. I love this stuff, but it's rare that we actually get these type of quality lakes, because it provides for water quantity and quality for the site. What else did I have? So one thing else that we just want to let you know, for the light poles that were proposed on this project, we ensure that it meets all city codes and very limited to the perimeter, and meets all code requirements with respect to that. That's all I have on my side.
Good evening, Jaime Mayo, H&M Architecture, 3705 North Federal Highway, Delray Beach 33483. Thanks for having me, Mayor Triolo, commissioners. I'm here to present the site plan and the context of the site and its surroundings. Tell you a little bit about my firm. We've specialized in industrial developments. I've personally designed over tens of millions of square feet of industrial properties for some of the largest institutional developers in the country, and I can honestly say that this is by far the least intense use of an industrial lands in terms of its density, lot coverage, how much of the lot is being used for the actual building. And with this many site features, to be honest with you, it's quite isolated. And it's not just the improvements that are done within the site, but you also got to look at this site with within the context of its surroundings. Not shown here, but in one of the previous, I'm going to skip that. In one of the previous pictures, I can just describe it to you. To the north, there's about a 4-acre retention area to the industrial property. To the east, or a portion of the east property, which is actually just to the east of our East Lake there is about a 1.3 acre, also open area, drainage retention area. To the west, we know, George spoke briefly about it, that we have a 30-foot buffer and then another 200-foot buffer to the residential to the west, comprised of the canal and green area. Typically in industrial properties, the minimum separation between residential and industrial is about 100 feet. Here we have, close to 250 feet. And then along the south, there is also residential, but as you'll see in some of the next pictures, it's heavily vegetated, and I mean, you won't even be able to see the residential to the south. In addition to the context of the site with its surroundings, when you start looking at the site features within the site that's not typical of an industrial property, there's, we have, like George said, approximately 1 acre lake to the south, abutting the residential to the south, about a 1 acre lake to the east, an 8-foot berm and concrete wall along the south, along the west, and along a portion of the north. Again, that's above and beyond what's required. I think 6 foot is required. And then we have a 12-foot vinyl coated chain link fence with fabric mesh along the portions of the east at the southeast corner, to the south of the East Lake, and all along the eastern property line. All of these features are above and beyond, and I don't think anywhere else in this industrial park do they have any type of these features, whether it be the lake, the enhanced buffer with the concrete wall, and the extended height of the fence. So this site really is, for an industrial property, one of the most nicest industrial properties I've ever seen in terms of lake, site features, landscaping, and more importantly, the buffering. I had spoken about the industrial projects we have worked in the past, and in terms of density of the building, we're proposing 14% lot coverage here. The code allows for 55% lot coverage. I don't think you're going to find any industrial developer that's going to take less than 40% of lot coverage to make their numbers work. So you're kind of limited really as to what kind of industrial user could be used on this site. And I'm going to show you an exhibit that shows what a true industrial developer probably would do with this site. In terms of pervious area or green area, we're nearly 50% of pervious green area here to further provide buffering and make this use of the buildings a lot less. 10% to 20% is pretty typical green area required in industrial property. Here's just some pictures of the four elevations of each building. I won't get into the architectural design. I mean, it's a pretty simple, clean design. It kind of matches the other projects around the property. Where this project really excels above and beyond the surrounding is the site features, the buffering, and taking into account our neighbors and trying to be as least obvious as possible. Here's a view from the neighbors to the west, kind of shows the heavy landscape, and you can't really make out the buffer wall there, but there's an 8-foot buffer wall, and that is the industrial building beyond it, over and across the canal. This is the view from the north, actually from that 4-acre open retention area I had spoken to the north of our property line. You can kind of see the fence and the concrete wall that we extended along the north with the vegetation that really kind of hides this whole project. And here's a 3D rendering of the proposed within the site context, and you can kind of see a little more clearly here the large 4-acre open space retention area to the north, the canal to the west, the heavy vegetation of the of the residential to the south, and as well as our lakes to the south and to our east. I mean, essentially, we're nearly on a peninsula here. You can't be any more secluded for an industrial property. I've definitely never seen one with 3 sides of it with water and a 4-acre open space to the north of it. So it really is on an island of itself and pretty isolated for an industrial property. This is the view from the west, from the residential to the west, where you can see the heavy vegetation along the canal. And you can't see it there, but you can make it out. There is an 8-foot concrete berm and wall along the west here, and we extended it along a portion of the north to that first gate that you see at that westernmost entry drive. And if you can see on the right there, you can kind of see all the heavy vegetation that's existing along to the residential to the south, where when you're standing there, you can't even see the structures over there. It's pretty overgrown and heavily vegetated. And then I'll kind of end with an idea of what could be developed on the site. This is something that meets your code. It's about 3 times the square footage of the proposed processing building we have, about 2 times the length, and about 2 times the width. And proposing about a 40% lot coverage, which is more typical of an industrial development. And that is it for me, and I'll be here to answer any questions or comments you guys may have. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Adam Kerr with Kimley Horn and Associates on behalf of the applicant, 1920 Wakiva Way in West Palm Beach, Florida. And I just have a couple comments about the traffic for this proposed use. We did a traffic analysis to help determine the amount of traffic that this would generate, in addition to comparing it to other types of uses that are permitted for this type of land use. We, as stated earlier, the Lake Worth Beach Code ordinance requires that for a conditional use, there's no significant adverse impact to the traffic when comparing it to any development that's allowed by right. So this site could accommodate up to 154,000 square feet of light industrial use as a permitted use. What we're requesting is a little over 59,000 square feet of the recycling facility. So when comparing it to this actual permitted use, it creates 468 fewer daily trips compared to what could be on the site, 66 fewer AM trips, and 59 fewer PM trips. So it's quite a bit less traffic than if the site were maxed out at the 154,000. So we took it one step further, and I won't go into a lot of detail on this, but basically the blue chart, on the chart on the left side, the blue bar is the number of trips that we are proposing for this proposed use. But then we compared it to other uses that would be permitted, combinations of uses. There's a whole list of types of uses that Brian talked about earlier, including light industrial, auto sales, manufacturing. So we looked at 6 different scenarios to see how this actual site would compare to other permitted uses. And as you can see, it's less traffic, significantly less traffic than all of those. So for example, like scenario 2 is the most traffic. That's 134,000 square feet of light industrial, 5,000 square feet of auto sales, and 15,000 square feet of auto part sales, which generates a lot more traffic than we're proposing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sandy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sanford Gutner. I'm with Value Added Consulting, 1550 Northeast 43rd Street, Oakland Park. Just here to talk about the noise and dust study that I was asked to do. I conducted the study, went to 3 different facilities that are very similar. Sorry? Sorry about that. So I visited 3 different facilities, very similar to the one that's being proposed here. All of them are indoor, conduct the same types of operations, use the same types of materials, and none of them really had any kind of noise barrier or site barrier like the one that's proposed here. So I went to those 3 facilities. Oh, do I have a clicker here? Thank you. So these are the results, and these are the 3 facilities I visited in Hollywood, Pembroke Park, and Pompano Beach. I want to point out that the Lake Worth Beach code allows 65 dB, which is a measurement of noise, at the site boundary. So in each of these cases, the numbers were far below. They're generally run around 65 dB. In one case, the noise was too loud just because there were other facilities around it, and I really couldn't get a good reading. But I took these readings at different distances depending on the site orientation and how I was able to get around there. But the main point is these are all very, very well below the 85 dB that's allowable. Just to give you an idea of what noise might sound like, 60 dB is kind of conversational speech or an air conditioner. 70 dB sounds like a shower. So 65 dB, somewhere around in the middle of that. We also had ARS Environmental go to each of these facilities with air particulate testing equipment. The air particulate testing equipment consists of air pump that basically draws air in through a white blank disc, and then they measure the amount of particulate that is caught up in that disc. And we went to each of these facilities and did that testing, and we found that there was no further action. And again, I just want to point out that the standards that were used are really personal exposure limits. So there aren't really environmental limits on dust. So what we used was personal exposure limits, which is really as if somebody was in there in an occupational situation. So just to summarize, there were 3 generally comparable facilities. Noise levels were around 65 dB, and all the air quality was really well within OSHA standards for personal safety. So we don't expect that there will be any adverse impacts from this facility. This is just talking about some of the environmental oversight.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Brenda Westhorpe of Kimley Horn and Associates for the applicant. My address is 355 Alhambra Circle, Suite 1400, and it's in Coral Gables, Florida. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the environmental regulations that govern these types of facilities. Typically, this is done through the FDEP. In Palm Beach County, it's delegated to the health department, so that they'll be the ones that review the documents that are required for this. And in addition to getting a site approval plan, we'll have to submit plans to essentially to the state. It's an application that Palm Beach will review, but just a little taller than I was. So these documents will include, but it's not necessarily limited to, engineering drawings, the operations plan, which will provide a detailed accounting of what types of equipment. I'll talk about that a little bit more, but a lot of specific information goes into that, and a closure cost estimate for what it would cost to close a facility at the end of its useful life, or if, God forbid, something should happen. In addition, the operator is required to put up financial assurance in the form of a bond or insurance certificate, escrow account, or other mechanism that has to be approved of by the state. So there are a lot of regulations in place. Once the site is permitted, it's subject to regular inspections and has to comply with the conditions that are specified in the permit. So on this particular site, we know already that all the materials are going to be unloaded inside the building. Any unacceptable waste gets turned away before the truck unloads. That's what the licensed spotters are for. They're there to make sure that material that's not permitted doesn't even come onto the site. If it does come onto the site, then it gets placed in separate containers so that it's taken off site. So for example, workers throw a bag of food waste, their lunch bag from Burger King or whatever, and it gets thrown into a container, those dumpsters that people have for construction and demolition debris. That material will get taken out and thrown into, put into a container for separate disposal. So all the material will be handled inside the building. and it'll have to comply with the detailed operations plan that I told you about that gets submitted as part of the permitting. These plans specify the type of equipment, the number of staff, what type of dust control. The regulators can come back and ask for additional information until they feel satisfied that the rules are going to be followed. I think we we said before that the training requirements, Mr. Seymour said that. And again, I just want to emphasize that everything takes place inside the building in a facility like this. So dust and emissions, any dust that would be generated is mostly from truck traffic, which we've got dust control for that. So that's pretty much what I have there.
So the reason that I asked them all to talk is, as I said, this is quasi-judicial. These are all thank you. These are all technical, specialized expertise that each of these folks have. We didn't guess at any of this. This was, as was testified to, detailed analysis, multiple revisions, additions after we heard from the neighbors, and significant regulatory review that goes into this, so that you can see that this does meet all of the requirements of your code. It's consistent with the Park of Commerce. It's an indoor facility consistent with the condition on the conditional use. It meets all of your site design conditional use and sustainable bonus incentive criteria. With that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I have
We're not going anywhere, so you can come back.
KSF in that one slide. It was K.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think if you have questions, you want to just ask a technical question.
Well, I had a couple.
Oh, okay, we're gonna hold,
They aren't even technical.
and we'll let everyone speak. Write your notes down, questions you have. You will have an opportunity to ask him questions, ask the applicant the city questions, and affected parties. So we're just gonna keep the party going right now. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
And if there's anything that comes up during the rest of the presentations, I might clarify. I'll do that too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
How many dogs?
Okay, so there are 3 affected parties who have requested to make presentations so that we can hear from them now. So would those 3 affected parties come forward?
What's to come first?
Just please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Ralph Brooks, and I'm board certified in city, county, and local government law. I am a city attorney myself, not for this city. Pamela is your, excellent city attorney. I'm currently city attorney for the city of Madeira Beach in Pinellas County, and I serve as town attorney for the town of Yankeetown in Levy County, near Crystal River on the Withlacoochee River. I've also served as the city attorney for Bradenton Beach on Anna Maria Island, St. Pete Beach, and I've been assistant county attorney for Sarasota County, and I've also been the land use litigation attorney for Monroe County, which is the Florida Keys. I'm here tonight representing Elise Crone and Peter DeTore. They live at 402 Elizabeth Lake Road, directly across that residential canal from the proposed project. We submitted a letter requesting affected party status under your code, which your city attorney has reviewed. I have a brief legal presentation. We have an expert planner, Daryl Max Forgy, who's been planning director of a number of cities and counties in Florida. And we have 2 presentations, fact-based observations that Elise has done, and Peter will also present his. We'll keep them all around 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Under the Land Development Code and under the Comprehensive Plan, you can deny a conditional use if it doesn't meet the Land Development Code or if it's not consistent with the comp plan. Your Land Development Code says this site it would be in violation because it's 9.8 acres, and the biggest industrial use site that you can have is 5 acres. And that's under 23.4-13, parent C, parent 7, Parent B, Parent 1, Parent A. It says medium and high intensity conditional uses. Number 7, industrial manufacturing facilities. B, industrial manufacturing facilities. 1, design and performance standards. A, maximum lot size not to exceed 5 acres. Then it goes on for a particular kind of industrial manufacturing facility called a recycling facility. And for that one, it says all your recycling also has to occur indoors. And that's 23.413C7. We brought that up at the planning and zoning meeting. Also, under the comp plan, policy 1.1.1.10, and the conditional use criteria 23.2-29D, you'll hear from the expert planner, Max Forgy, who will opine that this use, this C&D facility, is not in harmony and is incompatible with the surrounding residential uses. And you'll hear from Elise and Peter, who've done investigations of similar facilities, and their findings are that if it's more than 1,000 feet away from residences, you don't have any adverse impacts. But if it's less than 1,000 feet, you will have adverse impacts of noise, dust, odors, and what we call vermin vectors, birds and things that are flying to the facility. So it's not that this site is, it's too big. They're supposed to have smaller industrial uses in this park in an industrial category. It's a big use in an industrial park that's not only going to be incompatible with the surrounding residents, it's people in the industrial park don't want it either, and they're represented to someone else, and you'll hear from them today, that they believe it's incompatible with their technology businesses and the high salary businesses they're trying to bring into the park. The Planning and Zoning Board unanimously voted to deny this. That's pretty rare to get a unanimous recommendation for denial. It would have stopped there, but for the fact that this was a big facility. It was so big, in fact, that the final decision comes to you and not to them. But they said, no, this is incompatible, and they recommended denial. Citizen testimony was heard, and it's allowed. You're allowed to consider citizen testimony as competent, substantial evidence as long as it's fact-based observations. And there's quite a few cases, Miami-Dade versus Blumenthal, Miami-Dade versus Fort Acres, Miami-Dade versus Section 11. All these cases say you can consider citizen testimony about the impacts. In fact, at the Planning and Zoning Board, there were people there who spoke, and I'm sure you're familiar with them. They live in the city of Lake Worth Beach, and they continually come and complain about a similar facility located just across your border in Lantana. And they're suffering from cracks in their foundations and their building, and they're getting noise and odors. So they've been trying to shut down the one in Lantana, but it's not in their boundary. Now this is something within your own city boundary that's 180 feet away from my clients, and there's other residences that are also within 400 or 500 feet, some that are closer than my clients. The applicant has shown you today what we call in the trade the parade of horribles. If you don't approve this, you're going to get something worse. We can build something bigger than this. We can build something nastier. We can build something that has more traffic impacts. You're supposed to look at what's they're proposing today, whether this is compatible and in harmony with the surrounding residential uses and the other uses in the park. 65 decibels might be the sound of a shower if you're in the shower. Certainly not the sound of a shower when you're 100 feet away from the shower. When I was in my shower this morning, it was quite loud, bouncing on my ears, bouncing off the walls. But when I got outside my condo, went downstairs, went across the street, I was probably only 100 feet away. I couldn't hear the shower. You're not going to hear it. OSHA standards for dust apply to workers, and that's for workers' safety, and they realize that workers take this on voluntarily, this risk. They're only there for 8 hours a day or so. They get to go home somewhere else. OSHA standards aren't written for residential uses where someone lives 24/7, 365. The hours of operation was a big issue at the Planning and Zoning Board. We're talking about beginning this at 5 a.m. 65 decibels at 5 a.m. and dust and odor will make this street, Elizabeth Lake Road, unlivable. We would ask that you deny this. In terms of DEP, yes, they do do permitting. The Deerfield Beach facility, which the operator, Jason Pepitone, said had no violations, did have a lot of narratives, and there are some photographs that appear on the back of their inspection reports that show the absolutely, and I'm sorry to say, this filthy condition of that facility. This is not the kind of thing that the industrial park residents want within their park, whether they're businesses or their residents across the canal. You can see the open bay doors. These open bay doors are not closed all the time. Half of them are open during the day. Sometimes all of them are open during the day. DEP has been told, down the administrative chain, at least under the prior governor, to bring people into voluntary compliance. So they don't write you up with a notice of violation at DEP typically. They give you a warning and they tell you try to bring it into compliance. You can see from these that there has been repeated problems with the roll-up doors. They're not functioning, they're not working. This is the same operator that's proposing to now have this facility. And I have a transcript excerpt of his testimony at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Here's a copy of my resume, and we will also...
Are you putting these in the record? You want these
Yes.
back? Okay.
Thank you. And then our next speaker will be Peter. I believe he has a PowerPoint that I'll pull up.
They're right here.
That's not going to go up on there. Our IT person.
Okay, we'll pull up yours then. That's the Peter Victoria. You can hand this out.
I have to check this.
You better.
I will. I promise.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. What he's presenting now?
Yes.
Good
Okay.
evening, Mayor Triola and Lake Worth Beach Commissioners. My name is Peter DeTore. I live at 402 Elizabeth Road in Lake Worth.
Just speak into the, can you move that mic that's closer to your mouth? Thank you. Thank you.
I live at 402 Elizabeth Road, Lake Worth, Florida. My home is 180 feet from the proposed recycling facility. Now, that's 180 feet from the wall of my house. My backyard, I'm a chip shot away from this cycling. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm totally and permanently disabled by my involvement with the deadly airborne chemicals in Agent Orange. And I'm here this evening to oppose Project Frank. Now, which button's going to be which?
I think it's the right button, they said.
I'm
like,
technically
or not.
challenged. Okay. All right, I should have done that before. All right, here we go. No, this is not making sense. I'll just read it. Oh, both sides. No wonder. It tricked me. Okay. A company called the Community and Environmental Defense Services, or CEDS, we located this company to help us form a strategy to find out if this place, find out about this place. To help us resolve our concerns about the proposal, CEDS urged us to first visit similar facilities that similar to Project Frank. Now, there's like 400 recycling facilities in the state, and we chose 5 because they were geographically similar in that they were located near residences. So we visited 5 of those sites. We drove over 700 miles to see some of those sites. Okay. This is about CEDS. These guys are great. All the little red dots, that's places that they've actually helped communities. I'll flip that over. Here we go. So using satellite imagery and the FDEP CND lists, CEDs identified 5 of the CED facilities most similar to Anyway, we traveled over 700 miles. Okay, from Ocoee, Florida, which is up in Orlando, to Miami. We spent several days taking photographs, interviewing neighbors, and finding out just what it was like living near a CND recycling facility. Now, why is Project Frank, incompatible? This proposal will result in ongoing, substantial, and unavoidable negative impacts to the public for the life of the facility due to noise from heavy equipment machinery, dust from normal operations, pest, rodents, flies, buzzards, etc., tremors and vibrations, dropping heavy containers, odors from rotting vegetation and debris. Yeah, I got that. Next. Flip it over. All right. Mitigating all of these nuisances is difficult to impossible. This building that Project Frank is proposing has enormous roll-up doors. I think they're 35 feet high, and if I'm not mistaken, they're 24 feet wide, and on the ends, they're wider. You saw the pictures. The end doors are wider. I calculated close to 12,000 square feet of open doors. And in the summertime, Mr. Pepitone himself at the town hall meeting said all the doors are going to be open. That's an indoor building with 3 walls not there, basically. So it's really not an indoor building. Okay. The nuisances can't be contained because I said that. Our research shows that it is the proximity to recycling facilities to residential is the key factor in how much harm is caused by nuisances. Ocoee facility was located about 1,000 feet from the nearest neighbor, and those neighbors didn't even know what I was talking about. They had no idea there was one in the neighborhood. Then as we found one was 600 feet, and they said, yeah, we don't like the trucks coming around, but it wasn't a big deal. So we figure anything under 600 feet was a big problem. I'm very nervous. I'm sorry.
No,
This means we're talking about my piece of life, what I have left here. So airborne dust is a major health problem for residents. Let's see, hit the button. Hit the button. For the residents within 180 feet, Project Frank, wind-blown dust. These, what happened? I went too far. Okay. By wind-blown dust.
One more forward.
Oh, it's too fast. Okay. Within 180 feet of Project Frank, wind-blown dust is a constant threat. There's a long list of chemicals found. Okay. The guy says, oh, it's just gravel. But yeah, look. Come on now. There. These are a list of the kind of stuff that's in the air. Oh man, it's not that great a picture, but it's all kinds of chemicals in this construction material, and this stuff is airborne. The wind blows. Oh, all right, thank you. The wind blows from the east right over the factory with 3 open walls through into my backyard. I can hit a golf ball with a 9-iron all day long. It's that close. Sure. Okay. Okay. Another thing is, they say that the noise. Oh, I don't have my noise maker. Oh, the noise from is not going to be a problem because the trucks don't back up. But the 10 doors on the building are where mountains are made inside the building of debris. The scoops come from outside. The big front end loaders come from outside the building, scoop it up and carry it around in the parking lot and dump it into bins in the bigger trucks. And then it's hauled off. That's where the dust is. And the noise. Every time those machines back up, it's the beeping noise. Go ahead and click it. Wait a minute. I gotta. There. Okay. There's a case of where that scoop dropped a scoop full of stuff. There's the dust. There's the thing backing up. So we sat there and watched this stuff. It's unbelievable. And look at the ground. There's an inch of dirt. Every truck that comes in brings mud from every construction site with every chemical in the world in it. It's unpreventable, and it's that way with every site that we visited. The truck moves, dust cloud goes. Okay. All right, there's the this is in Ocoee, Florida. Now, I just had my car washed. You can see it's a BMW. It's very shiny. And then when I got home, that's what it looked like. I was there for 1 hour interviewing and talking. So this idea that it doesn't, okay. Anyway, I'm just too nervous. I can't do that.
You've done.
Okay. There's the machine that we're talking about. That's never going to be inside this building. There's going to be 5 of them, and they have 1 million horsepower, diesel smoke, diesel noise. They have a backup beeper that's 150 decibels every time they back up. They're going to be backing up hundreds of times every day. Okay. And okay, birds. Birds love to come around these places, and guess what they do? Mr. Pepitone said it himself. They fire noise cannons to make the birds go away. So they're telling you it's going to be a quiet thing. Then, okay, there you go. And okay, when the trucks drop the bins, the big bins full of junk, it is a trimmer. This is the house one house in Lantana. This lady, for 20 years, she's been patching her house. And every time she patches it, it cracks again. There's cracks almost to the foundation. That's the trimmers from dropping these containers on the ground. So now, the only last thing I would like to say is that what's going on here is there's a stream of construction and demolition refuse flowing down south, down I-95, going past Lake Worth to Lantana, to Delray, to Boynton. This stream is going to be diverted into Lake Worth. The only reason in the world that this is happening is money, profit. Somebody's going to get rich on this. They're jumping ahead of the stream. They're gonna shortstop. The trucks are going to have to travel only a few miles less, but they're going to do it. It's what's going to happen. And so we're sacrificing my entire neighborhood for someone else's profit. That's all. Okay. I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just move that microphone down if you can.
Okay, yeah. There was a PowerPoint that I had. It says...
I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, I'm Elise Crone. And the PowerPoint is Pepitone's Deerfield Beach facility.
Can you state your address for the record?
Oh, it's 402 Elizabeth Road in Lake Worth, 33461. And I have copies of the PowerPoint. And then I also wanted to give, this is the Google reviews.
It's not a Lake Worth address.
This is separate.
This isn't the PowerPoint, but this is, if you just want to watch, it's about 38 seconds of, I just went down and filmed what it's like in front of Mr. Pepitone's facility in Deerfield Beach. And you can just kind of hear how noisy it is. The road is pretty much destroyed. Huge potholes, just totally muddy. It hadn't rained that day. I don't understand, but yeah, so I don't know if you could also pull up the PowerPoint, if it's on there. It was on that purple one. Yes. So yeah. So one of the I work on a Mac, so I don't know if mine was done on a Mac. My okay, yay! So one of the things that I did is I went through all the DEP violations for the site that we know that Mr. Pepitone has been running for the last 12 years, and he had stated in the planning and zoning hearing, you know, I've never had a violation, I've never had a complaint. And as the hearing went on, it got changed a couple times, what he said about that. And so when I went to the DEP website, you can pull up a page, you put in, you know, the facility, and then there's a page and it says violation history. And, you know, on that page, there's like about 13 violations, and I printed off some, I printed those off, and I've got some pictures of some of those. Okay, those are the potholes, and we already did that. So this is just this was supposed to be a video, but it didn't make it somehow. This is just a picture of the dust blowing just as trucks are, you know, moving around. That's something that he was cited for very often, is not having the misters working. So this is just to show you kind of what it looks like. Probably none of you have been to a C&D facility. Maybe some of you have. It's, you know, I've been to a lot of them. So these are pictures of times there was a violation. There was one time where the piles of debris were so tall, they got so hot, they spontaneously combusted, and fire department came. This is like the birds inside scavenging. They're not supposed to be processing materials outside of the facility. This is carpets outside the building, concrete outside the building. Not supposed to be. And this is just kind of what it looks like on an average day. So when I went through these, what the thing is that the dust was the most important to me. The dust was something that wasn't even a violation. It was just something that was written in the reports time after time. And when I looked at the last 3 years, there was, let me see if I can find this on my sheet here. In the last 3 years, there were there was 15 DEP reports, and 8 times there was excessive dust was mentioned, and the inspector advised that the sprinklers need to be turned on or hand watering needed to be done. And the reason this concerns me so much is where I live, it's 300 days a year. It's this really strong wind out of the east. I mean, it's almost ferocious. It's like the Kansas plains. And I'm just thinking anything that becomes airborne that they don't control on that site is coming right in the canal, which really bums me out because that goes to Lake Osborne. And then it's coming, into my yard, into my vegetable garden, into my lungs if I'm outside. And when I went to other neighborhoods that were by facilities in that report that Peter showed, some of them that were, within 200 feet, they just said, give it up. You're not going to be able to use your backyard. We don't even go in our backyard. It's just like the grit in the air, the dust. So I don't know about, this woman was like, oh, well, dust is not a problem. Just if you go to any of them, it's a problem. And the neighbors so when I went down to the, to Mr. Papitone's facility, I went and talked to some of his neighbors, business neighbors, because there weren't any neighborhoods nearby. And they were like, yeah, our cars are covered with dust every day. There's nails in the road. They weren't happy about it, but they never thought that they could complain to DEP or anything. They just sort of lived with it, but they hated it. And let's see, the thing I wanted to mention about the guy, I don't know where, oh yeah, the noise study, quote unquote. So I found out about that noise study and what those sites were, and I ran down there today. I went to those 3 sites. One, they are not similar at all to what this proposal is. The first one is a tiny, tiny little metal recycling place. It's like nowhere near comparable. And it is metal recycling. There isn't a lot of dust. So the dust part of that is not applicable, and the noise part isn't either, because it's a totally different magnitude of size. The second one is not a C&D facility at all. It was a waste transfer station, which has it's a lot less noise there. And then the third one was a C&D facility that is made with 12-inch thick poured concrete walls and a 36-inch thick foundation. I talked to this guy for quite a long time, and there is no, you can't hear stuff outside of that because it's totally quiet. And so I actually had on my phone, I have a decibel meter, and the first 2, I myself today recorded 90 decibels. Just standing across the street from them, because they didn't really want me to stand. They kind of told me, you can't stand here on our property. So I stood across the street and I recorded 90 decibels on my thing. So I just don't think that was accurate at all. And I don't even think, even if it was an accurate recording of the sound, it's not comparable to the operation. This is a metal building that he's putting up. I didn't see any notation that there was insulation, and I didn't see any notation of an extra thick foundation, which is what keeps the tremors. Like, you don't realize it's for real. That lady's house in Lake Worth Beach from the Lantana facility has cracks in her walls from the vibrations. So, one last thing I wanted to say is that sheet of the Google reviews that I passed around. So I looked up on Mr. Papitone's site in Deerfield Beach what his Google reviews are. It's a 1.9. That's really bad. And all the comments, when people say bad stuff, nobody goes in and says, oh, I'm sorry that happened. How could I make it better? And I thought, well, maybe it's just the waste business. Nobody likes the waste business and gives it a bad rating. Well, there's actually a C&D facility 1 street over from Mr. Papitone's site down there. They have a 4.0 rating. And when you look, and that's called J and A. And when you look, anytime someone said something negative on that company, they said they tried to make it better. So what I'm saying is, I don't feel like this is a person that, if they can't even care about their customers to, make a response, are they going to make a response when our neighborhood is complaining? Are they going to care? So I don't feel like this is, one, I don't think that a C&D facility belongs on this land at all. And if it is, I don't think this is the right person to be running it either. Sorry if I went too long.
You didn't, because 4, 3, 2, 1.
See, you made it. State your name and address.
Your Honor and Commissioners, Max Forgey, Forgey, 4704 Vincennes Boulevard, Cape Coral, Florida 33904. I'm speaking on behalf of Ms. Crone and Mr. Dutour. I am a member in good standing of the American Institute of Certified Planners for 26 years.
If you wouldn't mind, while they're getting that ready, just adjust your mic so it's comfortable and it's right in front of you.
All right, how's that?
Much better. Thank you.
Very good. All right, do that. My resume, I have copies of that.
Sure.
And I have sets of my presentation.
Killing a lot of trees.
What is your presentation called? Perhaps they can.
It is called The Case for Denial.
William, is there the case for denial?
Can you scroll? I need to
Okay, since they have copies, please, let's keep it rolling. Let's.
If you'll turn to the page, just the justifications for denial, which is about page 5 or 6. Oh, you shouldn't have color.
I don't have a.
It's coming right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
we haven't
The
got it.
color ones, I'm not giving those first 5 pages.
just do black and white next.
All right. The justifications for denial are as follows. First of all, on July 17th, your Planning and Zoning Commission, your local planning agency, recommended denial of this application by a 7-0 vote. That recommendation was based upon the competent and substantial evidence that they received from Ms. Dutour, Mr. Dutour and Ms. Crone, and from others, including people who were well acquainted with similar recycling facilities. My clients are not particularly glib presenters, but their evidence is, I think, very compelling. You've heard information from the applicant and the applicant's people that was not presented on July 17th, but we are going to restate our case from that night. This application is generally inconsistent with the Lake Worth Beach Comprehensive Plan, and specifically with policies 1.1.1.10 and policies 11.1.2.16. Oh,
You have it. Oh, it's a PDF.
PDF file.
Oh, I see. I apologize.
Can you just tell them to go
Okay.
forward in the presentation?
No, it's a PDF.
Wait, so if they take it to
How
full
about just
screen,
turning the page?
they can press forward with
Oh,
the
that's
arrow
for the
button.
public.
They can flip pages with the arrow button.
Okay, there we are.
okay, that's better.
There you go.
Same thing, one's black and white, one's color, one's
Okay, back. All right. Policy 1.1.1.10 is your definition of industrial. The industrial land use category is intended to provide for the establishment of and enlargement of manufacturing and light to moderate industrial uses that would be incompatible with other areas of the city due to increased traffic generation. The proposed land use is heavy industrial. It is not light to moderate industrial use as stated in that policy. Turn now to the next slide. The light industry definition. I'm taking something from a standard textbook. Moskowitz and Lindblom, The Complete Illustrated Book of Development Definitions, 2015. It's used everywhere. Industrial uses engaged in light manufacturing, packaging, storage, and distribution of products, including warehousing, wholesaling, and shipping and receiving, etc. This definition does not describe the proposed use. The next definition, heavy industry, does. And I want to specify junkyards and salvage yards, automobile and truck body shops, motor freight terminals. They're noisy. They involve heavy trucks. They involve fugitive dust. They involve all the things that you have seen and heard from witnesses and which the Planning and Zoning Commission heard in even greater detail. This definition comes much closer to describing the intensity of the proposed use than the light industry definition. Policy 11.1.2.16. The city shall maintain its unique urban character and charm by preserving historic sites and districts, etc., and direct economic development projects to existing mixed-use corridors and sites, as well as to the Lake Worth Park of Commerce. This project does nothing to promote urban character or charm. It has limited economic development benefits. I leave it to you whether the 10 to 20 new jobs at $35,000, which are have been promised by the applicant, are in fact going to happen and whether they will be sufficient. And this is not compatible with the Lake Worth Park of Commerce's existing activities. It is not compatible with neighboring uses. And this goes to Florida statutes, section 163.3184, paren 9, which defines compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. This is a very important definition in Florida law. And I want to note that you, in your own land development regulations, frequently use a word that is very similar to compatibility, the rather pleasant word harmony. Is it in harmony with neighboring uses? It's all over your code. Does the proposed development satisfy the statutory definition of compatibility? No. The existing residential use cannot coexist in relative proximity to the highly intense use of a recycling center due to excessive noise, odors, dust, and other air pollution, pests, light trespass, loss of natural views, and diminution of property values, as you have heard very competently demonstrated by our previous witnesses. Can the proposed and existing uses coexist in a stable fashion over time? No. The proposed heavy industrial use with its heavy trucks, loading and unloading, sounds, backup beeping, which you heard, open doors, fugitive dust, and odors will not be ameliorated over time. Will one use or condition unduly negatively impact directly or indirectly another use or condition? It will. The impact between heavy industrial and residential uses is all on the residential uses. I have never ever heard of a code enforcement official getting a call from a person running a heavy industrial plant complaining about the noise from the kids next door in the residential neighborhood. The impact is all on the residential users. Existing entitlements do not allow the proposed use. That's why they're asking for more. Site plan, qualitative development standards. This is from your section 23.2, 31 paren C. All elements of the site plan shall be harmoniously and efficiently organized in the relation to topography, the size and type of plot, and the character of the adjoining property. The adjoining property in this case is residential. They already live there, and the impact on them will be profound, as you have heard testified. Commissioners, the decision on land use is up to this honorable body. I ask you to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentations. There's some other affected parties.
Now we're going to the cards.
Okay, is there another, I want to hear from the 3 affected parties that registered with us, and that was Ralph Brooks's client and Christina Morrison. Okay, there you are. And then Greg Kainu. Those are the 3 affected parties. And then we'll go to the cards.
Okay.
Good evening.
My name is Christina Morrison. I'm a commercial real property consultant with Marlin Commerce Center, located at 3677 23rd Avenue South in Lake Worth. Our property is 10 years old and sits just to the south and east of the proposed development. Please vote no on Project Frank, the recycling plant that is proposed for our city's Park of Commerce, and on their request for conditional use approval and additional height. Why? Number 1, the circumstances surrounding the entire application and approval process for this proposed development are questionable at best by hiding behind a project name and hiding the development application and process from the general public until the dead of summer, when most residents and other affected parties are often not in the area. Why would they do that? So any opposition could be minimized or non-existent. Number 2, the proposed development would be a downgrade to the Lake Worth Beach Park of Commerce neighborhood that we have all worked hard over the last, in my case, 16 years, and would cause damage and harm to the new streets and entryways recently completed. The city worked hard to secure the grants and other monies necessary for these substantial improvements that were just completed, and to now doom these improvements to ruin by others hauling dirty and dusty construction debris would be a disaster. Number 3, the much-needed new construction is now finally occurring in the Boutwell Road area. A new hotel, new apartment homes, a recent 250,000 square foot industrial property on 14 acres very near to this proposed site, and Eastern Meadows' continued expansion, in addition to the extensive hard drives operation, which now have been relocated to Lake Worth, all now stand to be damaged by this proposed dirty and dusty recycling facility. That would be shameful to stop what we've worked so hard to achieve. The proposed development would negatively adversely affect the health, safety, peace, traffic patterns, and other business operations that are established in the Park of Commerce presently, and would cause dirt, dust, debris, and other nuisance conditions to the area. Number 5, the proposed development shows outdoor and open storage of vegetation and other hazardous debris immediately adjacent to our property. Open storage of waste is prohibited by our city's LDRs, so why is this proposed use even being considered? It's just so you know, it's section 234137C that states that all works must be inside. Number 6, please note that the proposed recycling plant was already turned down unanimously by your own city's Planning and Zoning Board. Number 7, the proposal, who is establishing a new company to build and operate this recycling center, and who has not owned a recycling business in the past, he's only been an employee of other recycling operators, estimates hundreds of trucks per day will be bringing dirty and dusty construction waste over 10th Avenue North, then down the newly improved Boutwell Road, then turning into our Park of Commerce. This would be disastrous and damaging to that entire area. Number 8, As per a recent report from the Palm Beach County Solid Waste Authority, the county is only using currently 35% of its recycling capacity with existing recycling centers. As such, an additional recycling center is not needed now nor in the foreseeable future. Number 9, the proposed development will cause a serious downgrade to our Lake Worth Beach Park of Commerce, which is the city's best and brightest hope for generating a strong and continuing tax base and sustainable, decent paying employment base. The proposed recycling center is reported to be generating only about 15 jobs paying in the $35,000 range per year, and this is as per the proposer's own testimony at the P&Z hearing. Number 10, the proposed use is far from the highest and best use for our city. The 10 acres on which the recycling center is proposed could be used for much better uses, generating far more and higher paying jobs for the city and far more tax dollars, which we as a city desperately need in order to operate the city. For example, our property, Marlin Commerce Center, is 4 acres, 60,000 square feet of light industrial clean businesses located immediately to the east and south of this proposed recycling center. It's home to 20 clean companies employing over 148 people, not all of them within the property, but they're contractors, so they're out, but they're still employees at the Marlin Center, and these 4 acres contribute over $172,000 in real estate taxes alone to the city and county, just our 3 buildings on 4 acres. More light industrial development like Marlin Commerce Center, which generates serious tax revenue and strong employment paying wage people can actually live on, is what our city needs, not a dirty recycling center. Please vote no on this project, Frank. My handouts include letters from 24 of our 27 unit owners at Marlin Commerce Center asking you to oppose the site, a chart showing the number of employees and tax bases our property generates, and the quote from the recent Solid Waste Authority report stating that they're only at 35% capacity. I'd like to now turn over our remaining portion of the affected party status to our attorney, Michael Flam.
Thank you, Christina. My name is Michael Flam, and I am the attorney representing Marlin Commerce Center Condominium Association, located at 3677 23rd Avenue South. Marlin Commerce Center is south and southeast of the contemplated recycling processing center. When you look at those pictures earlier, you think you may be at camp. I mean, you have lakes. I mean, you actually heard the word earlier, lakes. The staff report calls it water retention ponds, which is really what they are. You're not going to fish there. You're not canoeing. That picture is so over the top. Okay, thank goodness we have Ms. Crone, who was kind enough through video and pictures. That's really what you're getting. That's what you call bait and switch. So what do we have here? We have a 7-0 opposition P&Z vote against 3 months ago, and 90 days later, we're supposed to believe that by some miracle, this project is going to look like the photos that were shown by the applicant, that there's not going to be any air quality emission concerns, that there's not going to be any noise issues, and that it's going to be a clean place. Well, what's interesting, if you look at, and more importantly, read the staff report, the P&Z, the Department of Environmental Protection staff report. It's 14 pages, and it was issued October 30 of this year. It has 221 pages in total. Nowhere in this report does it include the permits that the staff says were received from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and OSHA to address odor and dust control. I find that surprising that if those permits existed, they were not presented and made part of that plan. It also states that the proposed facility would be monitored monthly by Florida DEP. It also states that proposed facility would have dust and odor control systems. Well, I was general counsel for Mapei Corporation, which is one of the leading chemical manufacturers in the world, and let me tell you, you need very high tech, and I represented them and worked for them for almost 17 years. You need very high tech equipment to handle this. When tonight is the first time that we are learning that the recycling is for construction and demolition. Nowhere in the 14-page staff report does it say anything other than calling it a recycling processing center. I find that very interesting. I find that extremely interesting because construction and demolition debris is the type of stuff that contain carcinogens that unfortunately cause many New York City police and fire and first responders to have serious health issues that they're still having, and unfortunately they're still dying 18 years later from 9/11. So we also don't know what is really going to be done there. We saw pictures. It certainly is an eyesore. I mean, that's the definition of nuisance. But will it crush, blend, weld, and fabricate services there? A lot of these recycling centers do that. What happens to what it crushes? Metal powders, plastic powders, they get airborne. So we had a recent test done by applicant, by an independent party, and they sent, November 5th were noise studies, and October 17 and November 1st were air quality studies, indoor air quality. And when you look at what they compared it to, I mean, they're not apples to apples. So those studies are totally irrelevant and should be thrown out. They should be recycled. As far as I'm concerned, what we have here is a situation where the staff report is trying to make a clear message that installing a 6-foot precast concrete wall partially around the facility, atop a 2-foot berm, and having 2 water retention ponds on site are adequate noise buffers. Now, I don't know about you. I've lived in Florida 35 years. I know noise really carries over water. Now, staff thinks so highly of that proposed 6-foot partial wall, and let me be very clear about this. This concrete precast wall is not fully around the perimeter of this property. It's on portions of the property. The rest is a chain link fence. Okay? So that is not going to keep it away, the noise and the airborne particulates. So what happens here? The staff report continues because they valued this wall feature as $86,500 that they designated a sustainable project enhancement, as if it's the solution for all health and safety concerns, and a major factor for supporting this high-intensity industrial use. And by the way, the Kimley-Horn traffic study was for light industrial. It was not done for, this is high-intensity industry use. So I don't understand. Then Jason Pepitone at July 17's P&Z board in the minutes, he would like to operate 24/7. And what's really bizarre is the staff report from October 30 doesn't even include business operational hour limitations. It's really mind-blowing to me that the staff report doesn't tell you that it's construction, demolition. It doesn't tell you all of the activities that would happen there. And then the best part is on pages 7 and 8 of the staff report, it states that a majority of the refuse would be housed inside. And then on page 8, it says most recycling would be conducted inside. And in order for you to have a conditional use permit, all production and processing for recycling is restricted to an enclosed building. Yet you also have been told and have seen that they have 2 very large dock doors. The doors are not going to be closed the whole time because you can see the truck caravans that you can anticipate morning, day, and night, damaging roads, making loud noise, and certainly a huge mess. So I'm really surprised that the staff was blinded by an $86,500 value for a partial 6-foot wall as the reason to give or recommend approval for the processing building to be 45 feet high. I mean, talk about an eyesore in all directions. Now, it's really critical, I think, that in order for something like this to be developed, the words tonight, because the regulations use them, are harmony and compatibility. There is no one in this room, other than possibly the applicant or applying here, that would see that this is perfectly aligned with the industrial center. The fact that it's a vacant piece of land, and the fact that they may create 12, 15 jobs, they don't tell you the compensation for those jobs. They don't tell you the duration for those jobs. They don't give you job descriptions. And I know I used to visit office of the governors around the country when the company I worked for was playing one state against another state. Job creation's critical, but job creation should not compromise the health and safety of residents. And voters are paying attention to you tonight, and I expect everyone to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commission. My name is Greg Kino, K-I-N-O, 515 North Flagler Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm a zoning attorney for the last 30 years, next May. 10 of those years I was a municipal attorney for the town of Juno Beach. So I've attended way more of these than I would have liked to admit. But I am here, and I'm going to try to be real brief here. I've just got a couple of quick handouts for you just to describe who my client is. The first handout is an aerial map.
Can you say for the record who your client is?
Yes, I'm going to do that right now.
Thank you.
It's the Marlins Industrial Park Owners Association. That's comprised of 15 acres. You're going to see that highlighted in red on that aerial there. And you can see its proximity to the subject parcel. It's immediately to the east. That's on 15 acres. And it's comprised of approximately 250,000 square feet of light industrial types of uses. They do own, the association owns a piece of property that's immediately adjacent to it, and also regulates the uses within the park. They're all subject to a declaration, and manages the common areas of that association. I also represent William Sned and Daniel Hyatt that owned as trustees 3599 23rd Avenue, which is a 1-acre tract that supports about 14,000 square foot of light industrial. And if you flip the page to the second page, you'll see a smaller piece, a 1-acre tract that's outlined in red there. That's the Sned Hyatt piece. And I believe I handed in to one of these has the copy of the plat in it. There you go. Thank you. There's a plat that shows the parcels within the association, as well as the deed into my clients to show their ownership of the piece. Both of my clients will suffer adverse impacts of the proposed project due to excessive noise, dust, truck traffic, odors, and a decrease in property values. And it is in degree greater than the general public, and we believe we are an affected party. I would like to just, if I may, ask a couple questions of the noise expert.
No, this is just your presentation, and then you'll get a chance to do
I will.
across. Yes.
Okay. It just would flow better, but because it does have to do with.
I mean, that's up to you.
Well, I wasn't going to be able to interrupt the applicant's presentation, I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure you would have objected to that.
Let's just do your presentation, because your time is limited, and then we'll have an opportunity to cross-examine. I don't want anybody
Okay.
fighting about it. So
Okay.
yes.
Well, that's fine.
Thank you, Mayor.
I would like to ask him some questions, and I think you're going to find that highly relevant. So then my presentation is going to be a little shorter, this part of it, but I do want to reserve a couple of minutes for cross-examination
Absolutely.
of that witness. This is, if you forget everything that I've said, including my name, and whatever, what I was wearing, this is the one thing I want you to, and I've highlighted it in a couple of different ways. I think that you're going to find it highly relevant, and it will provide the basis for a denial of this project if that's what your wishes are. Section 23.2-29, those are some of the that's the standards for conditional use, which just says it's not a permitted use, and conditional uses are subject to your review and approval if the applicant demonstrates by competent substantial evidence that all of the standards are met. It's their burden, it's not the public's burden to show that they're not met. They have to prove that they're met. And I think once you'll see that and hear the cross-examination, you will find that they're not. For instance, the general findings relating to harmony and protection of the public interest, and it's highlighted, this is under subsection D. The decision-making authority shall find, based on competent substantial evidence, that, this is number 3, the conditional use, this is the recycling center, exactly as proposed, as it's designed up there, will not result in greater harm than would result from use of the site for some use permitted by right or some other conditional use permitted on the site. So what that says is they've got to show you that the use that they're proposing does not create greater harm than permitted or other permitted conditional uses. So if you flip the page, you'll see this is right out of your code. This is the IPOC, Industrial Park and Commerce. You see on the second page of that. It says principal uses permitted by right. I'm just going to name a few of them. These are in general categories, and I'm going to give you some details. Office, low intensity. Cultural and artisanal art uses, low intensity. Parking facilities. Radio and television broadcasting studios. Indoor commercial recreation uses. Those are the general categories, if you will. And then on the front page at the bottom, you can see these are other permitted and conditional uses that they have to show that their proposed use is not going to create greater harm than these. And I'm going to give you just a couple of, for instance, dead storage facility, a call center. They've got to show that they're not creating greater harm than a call center, which would obviously be enclosed. How about art gallery? That's a pretty low intense use. Radio broadcasting studio mentioned, photography studios. So in essence, that's their burden, not mine. I wouldn't like to have that standard if I was the applicant, but that's what it says. They've got to show that their use, that thing, is going to be great. That wouldn't. It says will not result in greater harm. So they have to show that. They have to say that won't be causing greater harm than these other uses I've mentioned. That's their standard. So think about that when you go to vote. Then there's a couple others that they're similar. This is specific findings for all conditional uses. It says the decision-making authority shall find, that's under E, the proposed conditional use will appropriately mitigate anticipated emissions, dust, to a level compatible with that which would result from a development permitted by right. Number 7 talks about mitigating noise to a level compatible with that which would result from a development permitted by right. Again, their burden is to show that use with all that stuff, which I haven't been able to cross-examine their noise expert yet, but I'd like to. And all the uses that are going to go on, including, which they haven't talked about, the truck loading court that's shown on their plan, 4,200 square feet of vegetation debris storage outside. You got to get it you got to move that stuff around somehow. 2,500 square feet of metal and concrete storage area. That's on their plan. That's outside. They're going to be moving front-end loaders, and that stuff can go 13 feet high, according to the testimony of the P&Z. That's what's going on outside. They got to show that that is not going to cause greater harm in noise and dust than, photography studios, call center, dead storage facility, film studios. Not my burden, theirs. So as you deliberate, I want you to think about whether, because you got to make findings, you got to make special findings that says, yes, they have proven that they're not going to cause greater harm to the neighborhood in general, and then also to noise and dust by what they're doing relative to those other uses that they could come in and apply for, but they've chosen not to. So That's what I want to leave you with. Forget my name. Doesn't matter. That's what's highlighted. Just follow along that. When you come to deliberate, I want you to think about that before you vote. I thank you for your time, and perhaps I'll get to talk to you about the noise expert. Thank you.
Okay. That's all you have, Mr. Kino?
Elvis is leaving.
You get the prize. Okay.
So it's time to go.
Yes.
Okay, if you don't mind, we're just going to take a brief break before we go to the blue comment cards. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We'll be back in 10.
Madam Mayor, we're live. Excuse me, can everyone come back to the dais, please?
Oh, now.
Because the mayor said it.
What am I, chopped liver?
Yes.
I have feelings too. 3 feelings.
Okay, we're resuming our meeting. At this time, I'd like to see if there are any members of the public that wish to make a public comment. A reminder that this is 2 minutes and that you needed to fill out a blue card if you wanted to make a comment. Again, 2 minutes. We've got a lot of cards. I also would like to say if anyone feels that what they feel has been said or is said during the course of us reading these cards and want to forfeit their time, let us know and just say, I'm good. If, you know, you could just raise your hand and say, I'm good. Okay, these are the additional cards. There's no more cards at this point, okay? All right, we're going to start with Mary Watson. Please remember that you are under oath. You were all sworn in earlier. You're under oath, so be succinct. And remember to state your name and your address for the record.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mary Watson. I live in 1817 Montague Street, Lake Osborne. I was very surprised, number one, that no other sites were considered by this gentleman because to me this seems totally inappropriate. Number one, we put taxpayer, $8 million of our money went into this, to beautify this, to give us some extra diversity in what is basically a tourist town. That is our attraction. To me, this is totally incompatible. We were told that this Park of Commerce would diversify us, give us jobs, make us more productive as a community, and also that it would only be light industrial. To me, construction and demolition is anything but light industrial. Number two, this area around 10th Avenue, lots of the traffic patterns is already very congested. That was brought up as a possible reason for turning down the dollar store that was proposed in the Park of Commerce also. This did not pass planning and zoning. I don't really understand what the great attraction is to keep this going. It's very near a canal. That canal dumps into our Lake Osborne. There will be concrete dust going into that lake and who knows what else. We still have our veterans and our first responders dying from going up to the site after 9/11. This is long-term damage and also short-term. We have no idea what that will do to us ecologically. Let me see. To me, this is a huge project, incompatible with environmental concerns. Citizen homes in close contact, that's a nightmare for them. And I don't understand why we pay $8 million to beautify an area now proposed to be used for demolition. Let's see, that's it. We also, I do believe that we have some of our veterans, don't we, in the Park of Valor? That's my generation, Agent Orange. All they need is more concrete dust.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Cleary, followed by Jeff Krebs, just to be on, I'll name who's coming up next in the dugout.
Hello, Tom Cleary, 3576 Elizabeth Road, Lake Worth, Florida, 33461. My property is probably within 130 feet of this proposed project. My backyard will be facing the south door of the project if you had the site plan up. The man proposes to operate 24 hours a day. All right, so 5 a.m., looking out my back windows, I'll see truck headlights waiting for a door to open. This is all before I get up at 6:30. All right, it's not just affecting me, it's affecting all my neighbors. He has the right to come in here and ask for a conditional use. I also, as a property owner, have the right to quiet enjoyment.
Jeff Krebs, followed by Chelsea Odom.
Jeff Krebs, 130 South Lakeside Drive, Lake Worth Beach. Thank you for this forum. I don't have a whole lot to say. I just have spent time in the Englewood Manor neighborhood. It's a beautiful area, a lot of nice homes. And I've spent time on that canal and enjoyed the wildlife there, a lot of different birds. And to me, that's a nice little haven in that area of the neighborhood, and I would hate to see that disappear. I'm not for this project. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chelsea Odom, followed by Sylvia Rotella.
Hello, Chelsea Odom. I live at 1129 North B Street, Lake Worth, Florida 33460. One thing that is good is recycling is awesome. Reusing natural resources is amazing. The one thing I don't quite understand is how this facility is recycling these materials. What are they becoming? That kind of thing I feel like is a little, I don't know. And people have referenced the Lantana facility that was built and the complaints that those neighbors have to that facility. And I think that is something to consider. And I think something that you all should ask, and even the people that work for the company that is proposing this, would you want to live next to this? If your answer is no, then you know how you should vote. I don't live particularly close, but I do live off 10th, and I think traffic is a big concern. You guys just renovated that ramp, so more big trucks going through I don't think would be the greatest. It gets super congested there, so that's just something to think about. And would we put this next to a nicer neighborhood? Probably not. So that's something to think about. The social economic, it's not going to have improvement for that neighborhood. It's not going to make that neighborhood improve. If anything, it would bring down the value of that neighborhood, and we don't really want that, I think, is just the point I want to make. And also the environmental impact. Recycling is great, but we do want to consider how it's done and if it has good or bad effects to the areas around it. That's my point. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sylvia Rotella, did you want me to read this? I suppose so. I vote no for this is Sylvia Rotella, North B Street. I vote no for Project Frank. The main reasons: number 1, lowers property values. Number 2, hazardous to environment. Number 3, Lake Worth Planning and Zoning Board unanimously said no. Todd Townsend. Followed by Dan Hyatt.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Oh my, isn't the patriarchy deep up to our knees today? I think that we should reject this whole idea. I think that we should make that place into a beautiful park. Let's do something for, the people that live around there. Let's deny this applicant and let's make a nice little park out there. We do talk about parks a lot. Let's do that. And of course, 10th Avenue doesn't need this. That's it.
Thank you. Dan Hyatt, followed by Jeanette Sullivan.
Not really. Good evening, Daniel Hyatt here.
State your address, please.
1099 Lands End Road, Manalapan, Florida, 33462. I've got a list of the Marlin Industrial Park Owner Association job creation here, which I want to give a copy to everybody. Our piece of property is 15 acres. If this property is developed in its highest and best use, as the applicant had freely admitted, there would be another 160,000 square feet of tax base. Using the ratios that we have for ours, it would create another 340 jobs. Also, from the non-job standpoint, I was the original developer of the Marlin Industrial Park Owners Association Park 30 years ago, and we've been struggling to get the infrastructure in place there now for 10 or 15 years. 7th Avenue, Boutwell, we've tried to get those grants for years, as all y'all know. Now we finally got it. We're getting Boutwell looking great. We're getting a lot more clean uses. The old Arvin Lynn property is developed into a beautiful 250,000 square foot building. This piece of property that's left is the last, biggest, best piece of property in the industrial park that's left. George Elmore bought the other big piece. The other Arvin Lynn's old property's been developed. There's no other option when somebody wants to come in here and develop. This is the great last piece to get that building done. There's all kinds of developers looking at it, and this is definitely not the highest and best use. Also, the constant traffic thing that everybody's talking about, there's a lot of difference in a secretary coming there in a Ford Escape than 15 or 20 of those big trucks running through their hour. Nobody's talking about how many trucks hourly come there. Nobody's talking about the curb and gutter we spent all that money on Boutwell, the impact when they turn from Boutwell onto 7th in front of the brand new hotel we're getting there. And it's just a super, super high impact for something that's just the wrong project for that one last parcel that's in there. Thank you so much.
Jeanette Sullivan, followed by Sherry Schmidt. Again, everyone, remember to state your name and your address, please, for the record.
Jeanette Sullivan, 73 3rd Avenue North, Lake Worth, 33460. Thank you so much for listening to us tonight. I've spent time in the Englewood district as well, and it is beautiful, and there's nesting birds, and I can't imagine they're surviving with this facility coming in. But more than that, what strikes me is from an economic standpoint, how this is truly at odds with everything we have tried to accomplish in Lake Worth Beach. And if we're going to continue to attract businesses and tourist dollars, and not just residents, but residents who are responsible, this isn't the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Schmidt, followed by Fred Schmidt.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sherry Schmidt. My address is 4 Indigo Terrace, Lake Worth, Florida, 33460. We've lived here in Lake Worth 8 years now, and we've seen numerous improvements to the city, which is great. And to hear a project like this to go in, it's I've learned a lot this evening that I didn't know about before I came here tonight. But I am a real estate broker with Cornerstone Realty. We do commercial brokerage. And so my only input into this situation and that you have to deal with is that right now in Palm Beach County, we need more commercial warehouse space. We need new business owners to lease warehouses 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. And when they do that, they start businesses or they have multiple locations. And that's how we grow the city of Lake Worth with light industrial, clean warehouse space in this location. And as all of you know that know me, I'm a very big proponent for progress here in the city of Lake Worth. And I see that the only progress is to actually use this site for a facility of warehouse space, light industrial warehouse space to bring new businesses into Lake Worth. Thank you.
Fred Schmidt, followed by Ted Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Fred Schmidt. I live with Sherry at 4 Indigo Terrace, Lake Worth. So we're established as residents here. I'd also like to establish the fact that I've been a broker for 50 years. And I'm an industrial broker. And I've been in Palm Beach County here for 40 years. And I've been leasing in Lake Worth and all the municipalities and have seen the growth and seen the progress. And I don't want to be redundant. I applaud the Planning and Zoning Department with Bill here for really being aggressive and trying to book economic value to the city. But there was an old saying I had when I was in the restaurant business, and that was, we need all the business we can get, but there's some business we can do without. And so this one falls in that category for me. You've heard a lot of reasons here. I just wanted to make sure that I was on record as opposing this application. Thanks.
Ted Johnson, followed by Mark Vitas. Ted Johnson.
I think he left.
Mark Vitas. On deck, Michael Flam.
He already spoke.
Hello.
My name is Mark Vitas, manager of 3551 23rd Avenue South in Lake Worth, right on 7th Avenue. Pretty much what it's going to do to 7th Avenue is going to destroy it, pretty much. Once these trucks come in there and they're going to make the potholes, then the summertime's going to hit and we're going to get our tremendous rain, hurricanes, and it's going to do more damage, make more mud, make more dust. And while all this construction is going on, 23rd Avenue only has one entrance in there, and that's through 7th Avenue. So how long is that going to take to redevelop that area so the tenants can enjoy the jobs and make their livelihood? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Christina Morrison as well. Joe Agley, followed by Marjorie. Okay, I couldn't read the last one. Okay, you're up next.
Hi, Joe Egley. Can you hear me? 2880 Lake Osborne Drive, Lake Worth Beach.
Do it.
I won't use that term. You know, I have to say I was originally part of the onset of the Park of Commerce. I won't tell you how long ago, but I'm very proud of how far it's come to date, because back then it consisted of Quonset huts, Butler buildings in rows, and the commission at that time was having problem with the adult entertainment industry, and they passed an ordinance that no adult entertainment could be within 1,500 feet of a school. And guess where they could form their business? The Park of Commerce. That's how bad it was in that area. So, as I say, I'm very proud of how far the city has come with the industrial park. And it's if there is still homeless in there, then the sheriff's department needs to step up their efforts to get them out of there, because it's too nice a place now to have homeless. Thank you.
Marjorie, followed by Brad Schwartzman.
Hi there, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jory Grozier. I live at 1525 North K, Lake Worth Beach. I'd like to share these. These are some photographs that I took. And I know you've heard a lot of reasons. I'm opposed to this. And I know you've heard a lot of reasons tonight why that should be so. And the reasons that I would like to share with you have to do with my picture there. So I took that picture in the canal, and that is of a pair of roseate spoonbills. They are threatened. They are precious seabirds that we have. And what you see there is that pair in the canal, and that's the site right behind them, the site that this would be built. And the only place that I had ever seen those in Lake Worth was in that canal. I know that they're sometimes on Lake Osborne or over there, but this canal is like connects Lake Osborne and Lake Clark Shores, and it's a virtual bird highway. If you have ever been there at sunset or sunrise and just seen the wildlife, there are otters, herons, cranes, every kind of bird and wildlife imaginable on that canal. And I just feel like, especially right now, that we've taken enough from the environment. I want to see something in there that just doesn't, they're awful. We went and looked at 3 or 4 of these facilities today, similar ones. They were loud, they were dirty, and they just look awful. They really are not what we want to see in there. So I implore you, vote no on this. And thank you so much for your time.
Brad Schwartzman, followed by Anna Mutart.
Good evening, everyone. Brad Schwartzman, 888 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida. Speaking on behalf of One Real Estate Investment, we're the property owners of the property directly abutting the proposed development. Just to be clear, that's 160 4-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom townhomes directly to the south of the proposed development. there's a few ways to look at this. We paid $25 million for this property less than a year ago. Since that time, we've invested over $1 million in the property, renovating it, improving it, bringing it up to speed. And this is what we do across the Southeast. And when we do that, we rely on the local municipalities to safeguard us from these types of developments. Right now we're faced with a development with residents and families. How do you explain that? 160 families directly next door. Valuation implications are profound for us. We paid over $500,000 in taxes this year alone. The experts have already done a phenomenal job of explaining what this will bring to the community, so I don't think there's any sense in going over that again. But what I'd like you to consider is, A, how do you run a property with families with a development like this next door? And B, how do you explain to them what's going on, and how would you feel if you were in their shoes? So, we want to formally express our objection, and we hope you agree with us.
Hannah? There was a question on here and then said, got my answers, thank you.
Okay.
Peter Gura? I'm sorry. You guys, your handwriting sometimes a little difficult, so if I mess it up.
Peter Gubin, 1809 North Palm Way. The last time I spoke in this environment was in West Palm Beach when Mayor Frankel had her own little ordinance to stop allowing people to share food in public. It was found to be unconstitutional by the state courts, and it's now also been found to be unconstitutional by the federal courts. But more precisely to this matter, the elephant in the room, people keep talking dust, dust, dust. It's not dust. It's silicosis. What is going to be the cost to the municipality over time from claimants claiming you allowed silicosis to take place? Silicosis is only one of the problems. What about lead? All these pipes that we've been digging up, they're lead pipes. If they go over there, they get ground up. The lead contamination goes into the soil. Yes, it's shocking. I mean, acidification of the water. The dust is going to be in the water. It's going to kill and contaminate the waterways. Here we are talking about climate change. I mean, we want to be the art of Florida living. What the hell is the art of Florida living if everything's dead? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was 1809 North Palm Way, right? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. We still did. Okay, thank you. Can someone lower the volume on the television behind us because it's repeating? That's what everyone's
That's what I'm hearing. I'm like,
I hear better that way.
Huh? Did you hear it? Okay.
Turned off.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was just
Melissa will turn it off.
just the volume. Thank you. Nina, Candor or Cowder? I'm sorry. Followed by Ralph Brooks.
He already spoke.
He already spoke.
Dear
Followed by
Mayor and
Maria
Honorable
DeArmond.
Commissioners, my name is Nina Cowder. Thank you for that. I live in Paradise, right here in Lake Worth Beach. I live at 1809 North Palm Way. And I took refuge moving here from New York City, actually pretty much right after 9/11, when I worked downtown there. Anyhow, part of the assault in New York City was just the 24/7 amount of noise, and it is an assault. It's a noise pollution. It's something to contend with. So while I live at North Palmwood, I don't live at the site. In my 12 years of being here in South Florida, two of the people that I befriended are Elise Crone and Peter DeTore, and they really became my family of choice. And as a result, I spend a great amount of deeply enjoyable time in their neighborhood. And we heard earlier tonight from the party in favor of Project Frank describing what their project would be like. But I would like to take, I guess, less than 2 minutes, but I'd like to take a moment to describe the beauty of their neighborhood. And actually, Jory did a little bit of it, but I want to paint a picture for you of what that residential community has that will be forever and irrevocably changed by Project Frank, which is why I'm asking you to oppose it. It's an area where the backyards all come out onto this canal and directly face, I think Peter mentioned 180 feet away, but in that backyard you have neighbors that are congregating, that are enjoying the art of Florida living, actually, but that are enjoying one another, that are enjoying the roseate spoonbills, the wood storks. What else have I seen there? Limpkins, cranes, kayakers in the canal, gardening, planting native and rare fruit trees. It is truly a beautiful little neighborhood, and I didn't know about it actually when I moved here. If I had, I might have really enjoyed that.
Thank you.
So I just feel it's a treasure, and I hope we look at what we might be doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria de Armas. It says, I have two asthmatic, she's Maria de Armas, 401 Elizabeth Road, Lake Worth, 33461. I have two asthmatic kids that will be exposed to the contaminated air from this plant. Plus, they take daily meds that will make them sleep during the day, and the noise will affect them as well. Are there any cards?
That's it. Yes.
Okay, seeing there are none. No more. We will move on. Does any city staff have any questions for the applicant or the affected parties?
The only thing that came up is that in the applicant's presentation, they have mentioned that they have made some alterations to the site plan and some other site conditions. Staff has not had an opportunity to look at any of those to ensure or give you our opinion on whether they actually meet code. One thing that was brought up is there, I guess they mentioned a 12-foot high wall. Our code only allows a maximum height of 8 feet. That 12-foot high wall, as it was described by the applicant, would require a variance, and a variance has not been requested or advertised.
Okay.
Can I ask for clarification on that?
Sure.
Because I don't know the answer to the question. So, sorry, oh, jeez. Sorry about that. It's a 12-foot fence. I don't know if that changes the dynamics. So my question for Mr. Waters is it different for a fence or a wall?
They're considered the same.
Okay, so we didn't ask for variance. We were trying to give as much height as possible, but we would agree to a condition of approval based on everything that I listed, but we would put it at an 8-foot high since there's a code maximum, since we can't go higher than that. But that's fine.
Anything else?
Well, not having seen the site plan, we can't make a staff recommendation on whether the lot area coverage, landscape requirements, or all that. It appears it would meet those, but we can't say definitely yes or no.
Okay, does the applicant have any questions for city staff or affected parties?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Do any of the affected parties have questions for city staff or the applicant? I believe there was one gentleman earlier there that stated he would.
You have to come
You have
to
to
the
come
mic,
up to the
sir.
microphone, please.
I'm sorry. I'm Mayor. I'm sorry. I can jump in at P&Z a little bit. That's why I keep jumping in on you. I'm so sorry. You're doing great.
I'm Peter DeTore. You know me, right? Okay. In all of our research, we looked at different construction types, and the ones that actually did mitigate sound were made out of concrete. I understand, or I guess what I'm asking is, what was this building made out of? I've heard prefab, but is it concrete or is it metal?
Yes, please.
Introduce yourself again, Jamie.
Jaime Mayo, H&M Architecture. There's actually 3 buildings. 2 of the buildings are
prefab metal buildings, and the smaller office building is concrete block.
Was another?
I think Mr. Kino had a question.
Yes.
Greg Kino again for the record, 515 North Flagler Drive. I had a couple of questions for Santha Gutner, I believe is the noise expert. Can you come up so I can answer your question?
Actually, if you would like, Mr. Gutner,
Yeah.
if you would like to use that microphone, so.
Mr. Gutner, I noticed in the report, the name, part of the report was signed by another gentleman or woman, Alex Font of ARS Environmental. Is it Mr. or Mrs., or is it a Ms., or is it as Mr.? Oh, it's, okay. But I just wanted to make sure you are the one who actually went to the site and these 3 different sites?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Can you hold the microphone, please?
For the noise testing.
Yeah.
For the noise test, but not for the dust?
No, the particular was done by ARS.
Okay. Approximately how long were you on the site for these visits?
I would say about a half hour.
Each? Yeah, okay. Are you familiar with the proposed site plan?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about the outside activities on this particular site that they're proposing?
At the site that's being proposed?
Yeah.
Yeah, you both need to hold.
I'm not familiar with the.
You know what? Can you take the microphone out of that harness there? Hold it up to your mouth, and you're going to need to direct yourself directly into that microphone. Thank you.
All right. Well, I haven't really looked at the operations plan, but typically most of the work is done inside the facility.
Because I think you're trying to compare the noise of these other sites to what you project to be on this current site.
Right. Right.
Would you find it's important to know that there's a truck loading court where there's 4,200 square foot of vegetation debris storage, 2,500 square feet of metal and concrete storage area with debris going up to 15 feet high? Would that be important to your analysis?
Not really. I mean, typically those are inert materials. They don't really generate pollution. Construction demolition debris, if you look at the regulations in Florida, I think there are 3 classifications: vegetative, construction demolition, and municipal solid waste. And construction demolition debris really doesn't have any addressable nature. It doesn't attract birds. It doesn't create
How about
odors.
dust?
There would be some dust for outside operations.
Are you aware of how they're going to move 15-foot piles of concrete and metal into that storage area? How would they do that?
They would probably use mobile equipment such as a front loader to pick it up and bring it inside.
That creates some dust, maybe?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Are you aware of the size of the openings in this particular facility?
I believe it was described earlier, around 35 feet high.
32 feet wide by, do you know how tall those are?
32 feet high, I believe I heard, and 24 feet wide.
How about 90 feet high by 32 feet on both ends?
Well, I don't think the building's 90 feet high, so.
I'm sorry, 90 feet wide by 32 feet tall. Does that sound right?
No.
You could be talking about a door at the end of the facility?
Yeah, 2 doors, those. Then there's 10 doors that are 25 by 32 feet on the side elevation, east elevation. Does that sound correct?
Yep.
Okay. That's about 14,000 square feet, so you know of openings. Now, let's just go back to the sites that you have visited. Did you observe front-end loaders moving concrete and steel and other construction materials and dumping into piles up to 15 feet tall at those facilities?
Yes.
Outside?
Absolutely.
Which ones were those, sir?
Really, most of them are stacking materials.
And you observed those in the half hour that you were there?
I mean, different materials I've observed.
And you saw the front-end loaders moving, backing out, and lifting and pushing them around? You're under oath, sir.
I can't say I recall that specifically.
No, I don't think you could. How about?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure. I understand.
One at a time.
My apologies.
Okay, thank you. You've got
my snide remark. Please strike that from the record. Let me ask you another question. Did you observe large openings of the size of 32 feet wide by 90 feet tall on these other structures?
No.
Okay. How about 10 of them that are 25 by 32 feet tall?
I didn't measure them.
Okay. Would you say that the size and the extent of the openings contributes to the amount of noise and dust that could escape from a building?
Is there a time frame?
I would say the facility is typical of other transfer station and construction demolition debris.
I'm asking
facilities that I've seen.
about these particular ones that you inspected. Were those, did you have large openings like those in those facilities?
There are large openings. You have to remember these facilities don't have continuous operations. There are sort of deliveries, there's some activity, and then nothing happens for quite some time. It could be hours that there's not a lot of activity, and then there's some other movement that goes on.
So you could have been at there for that half hour. You could have been when there was no noise and no moving of equipment.
Conversely, other things can happen.
Okay. Just a couple of quick questions to finish off here. Let me ask you, in your professional opinion, how long you've been doing, you did the noise part, right?
I've been doing this about 30 years.
Okay.
31 years.
Lots of these reports, lots of these types of uses?
Many.
Let me ask you, would you expect that the noise that would be anticipated from this proposed facility, including all those outdoor activities I described, the 15-foot piles of metal and concrete being moved by front-end loaders, would it be your opinion that those would generate more noise, and I guess your expert's not here on dust, but noise than a call center, an enclosed call center?
Yeah, probably so.
How about photography studios or art galleries?
I'm not here to answer those kinds of questions.
Well, I'm asking, you don't
as
have
a
to
noise,
answer it.
I haven't done noise studies.
Have you ever
at
been in
photography
a-
facilities.
ever
I've
been in
never
an
done
art
a dust.
gallery?
I've never done a dust study at a photography.
That was in
facility.
his presentation.
You've been in an art gallery before?
Yes. Never seen a lot of dust there.
Okay. How about noise?
Sometimes.
Not greater than this proposed use?
Sure.
I don't think I have anything else. So I just remind you again, you go ahead. Remind you again to please
Okay,
focus on this.
right,
point.
this is cross-examination, we're done with that. Okay.
How about a manufacturing facility? Would that potentially generate more noise or dust than the facility here?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what about if that art gallery was primarily sculpture? Could that generate dust?
If there was sculpting going on, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Quiet in the chambers, please. This is a quasi-judicial process.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. At this time, does any of the commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Hardy, you were first on your light there.
And this is for staff or the applicant or
Staff, the
affected party?
applicant, or anybody,
Now,
yes.
am I timing?
No. Because we've had a lot of presentations, you all may have a lot of questions. So I think that you know how long you want to be here. So I don't know if you want to put a time limit on the decision.
We're gonna take two passes, okay? One go around, get your questions answered, one more shot, and then we're done.
Sure. I have some questions for the gentleman who conducted the noise study and who I guess commissioned or hired ARS to do the study of the particulates.
Mr. Guttner.
Mr.
Guttner.
Guttner. Okay, I missed his name. Your first name starts with an S, right? I hope so. So bad with names.
Sandy is his
Sandy.
Okay. My
All right.
preferred name.
How did you determine that the three sites you studied were comparable?
Honestly, it was a bit random. Most of these facilities are pretty similar. I've been to many of these construction demolition facilities, and it's not really a lot of mystery.
Okay, were they
Construction demolition debris, and they bring it in and they tip it on the floor.
okay? So were they all three comparable as far as the size, the overall size of the site?
Roughly, yeah.
And of the facility. So these were 10-acre sites each.
There was one that was a little
About?
smaller.
Okay, what were the acreage of the site?
I'm not familiar with I don't have the acreage of the site.
How can you determine that they were comparable in size if you are not aware of the acreage of the site?
My objective and my directive was to take noise readings and measure the sound levels at distances from the openings of the facility. So I was less concerned about the property line. I was more concerned about the noise coming from the facility at different distances from that open.
All right. Again, you're studying three what you believe to be comparable sites.
Correct. Well, mainly comparable activities.
Okay. So were they comparable as far as the materials recycled?
Correct.
Okay. Were they comparable as far as the construction materials used to build the site?
Could you repeat that?
Were the materials used to build the site comparable? Different things?
Yes, construction
use noise,
concrete, metal.
Okay, so this site here is a mostly prefab site. 2 out of the 3 buildings made of metal. So these buildings were made of metal also?
Correct.
Okay, all right. What about the volume of the materials that were processed, which would certainly affect the amount of noise that was there? Were they comparable as far as that? Would you know?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. Volume of trucks that are coming in and out of the facilities, were they comparable to what this site would do operational?
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Type of trucks you wouldn't know?
Types of trucks are the same.
Okay. Number of doors on this site. You said that these were indoor facilities? Okay. Did they have as many doors as this site?
The facilities I looked at were not quite as big as this one. Proportionately, for the size of those facilities, they had probably a comparable number of doors. In other words, if it's a longer facility and you have more doors, you know, because you have a bigger facility. So if the facility is smaller, it's designed for a different number of receiving operations.
So I'll go back to my question about comparability as far as size. Were these sites around the same size or smaller?
Well, talking about size, you're talking about volume, you're talking about traffic. There's a lot of different ways to describe what I think you're trying to get at. And what I was trying to get at was there a volume of activity actually happening? And that's what I was trying to be there during. So in other words, there's going to be time I could have been there for a half hour and no deliveries would have come. And I could have just said, you know, we're done.
Okay. And you said you didn't look at operational plans for the sites?
No.
Okay. And do you have any pictures of the facilities that are not aerials for us?
There are pictures in the report, I believe, that the particular consultant took.
That are not aerials?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe they took some inside the facility.
Okay. I have some questions about the dimensions of the doors. I just want to make sure I get this right. This is not for the dust, gentlemen. There are two large doors for the main building, and then there are a number of smaller doors. How many of these smaller doors are there? 10? Okay. Are their dimensions 24 by 32 or 25 by 32?
I truly can't recall. It is on the drawings. I'm not sure if they're 24 or 25 feet wide.
Okay. So we have 10 doors, 25-ish by 32, 2 doors, 90 feet wide by 35 feet tall. Okay.
It sounds right.
Mr. Balaban made some comments about some lakes. He said that the lakes were there to increase the screening. Did the South Florida Water Management District have anything to do with the presence of those lakes? Are they screening tools, or are they just retention ponds because you need to retain rainfall on the site?
No, I didn't say screening or with the ponds. I said they're screening behind them. The ponds are for volume.
Volume of
quality and quantity.
Okay.
And they are lakes.
How are you going to circulate the water in those? Do you
circulate the water?
Do you plan to circulate? I mean, if you have some standing water,
so you have.
You need to circulate the water for a number of
You have
reasons.
pipes, culverts throughout the entire site to collect run stormwater.
Okay.
Then you have it go through the lake, and it has water quality.
Okay.
After it goes through that, it discharges.
Okay. Yeah. Into the canal. From the site into the canal.
After it's treated. That's
Okay.
what's called water quality.
Okay. All right.
Quiet in the chambers, please.
Okay. Okay. A gentleman from Kimley Horn talked about what we allow as far as the maximum amount of square feet that we would allow.
Commissioner Hardy, can these other gentlemen sit
Yeah, they
down?
could-
Are
they
you?
could- they
We
could-
need to know
yeah.
because we don't need to
That's
have
fi-
10
that's
people
cool.
standing up while you're
Um,
asking all your questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Kimley Horn basically said that we allow, much more intensity there. And you spoke about intensity mostly in terms of the size of the footprint of the building, not necessarily the activities that are taking place within that footprint. And so, I'm wondering, really as far as intensity goes, are the activities that are taking place inside the footprint completely irrelevant to intensity?
Well, the Adam Kerr with Kimley Horn. The traffic comparison that I was making was
I wasn't talking about traffic. You were talking about the intensity of what we allow. So, for example, you said that we allow something 3 times as large, and you talked about that as far as intensity.
So because he's a traffic engineer, he can't answer that question. It's actually a legal question.
Okay.
So intensity of use by your code is measured by your floor area ratios. So the graphic that Mr. Mayo showed you, which showed that long building of, I think it was about that 154,000, that's the intensity allowed by your code. Within that 154,000, the code has a myriad of uses, both by right or conditional. What Mr. Kerr did, and what his point was, that there are various of those permitted uses that he studied from a traffic perspective, but the intensity itself of the 154 is a pure code allowance based on FAR.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with how residents, legally, it has nothing to do with how residents in the area might be affected by what's happening within that footprint.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
It could have been if that's how we defined it, but that's not how we defined it.
Okay, okay. Those are, I think, my questions at this time.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These questions and or statements or whatever are based on the way the presentation is rolled out, so I apologize if we're jumping around here. But the first, in your presentation, sir, you mentioned something about hurricane events and being an asset or an opportunity for us. Well, we don't have any contracts with this individual, so that is kind of a moot point. They'd have to get a contract with the city to handle our removal, so it's really not a beneficial. It really is irrelevant, I think, to the conversation.
Happy to explain it if you'd like.
Sure, go ahead.
So the contracts are not just with you. There's actually solid waste issues and there's discussions, but there may be construction going on that whether there's a specific contract with you, your provider has a place to bring it. So the contract is for want of a better phrase, is the transfer station. They don't do the recycling here. So what happens is it gets picked up by your provider, comes here for their separation and getting to the right places so that they don't have as many lane miles.
Okay. Also, early in your presentation, you talked about tarps on open trucks.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that regulated by the state? Aren't they required to have tarps to begin with?
They're required to have tarps on the highways. So yes, they do have to have tarps on the highways. There was a question about it and a concern. We're willing to give you that regulatory authority as well, based on a condition of approval that
And
you
how
would
would you give us regulatory authority on
So you have a condition of approval that says that vehicles coming onto the site that are open trucks would have to have tarps, meant that you don't have to go to DOT and say, hey, were they having tarps when they were on I-95? If there was a complaint, you could investigate, your city staff investigates and control because you put that condition of approval in place.
And would that regulation be administered through our code enforcement department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and of course we know code enforcement statute 162 is a process, it's not an event. So if someone were to come in with an open truck and we cited them for a violation, there's really no remedy for that.
So
in other words, they dump their load, they go on, you still have an open truck. So the next truck comes in, no tarp, we cite them, they dump their load, there's no remedy for so.
No, so you have a lawyer, but here, the truck is not the citation. The property is the citation because they're allowing the use, which means if they continue to do that, even after citation one time, then they are in violation of it.
No.
Whether it's one truck or a next truck.
My understanding of the code enforcement services, they would have to remedy the situation and call code back in to see that the issue was remedied. And how would they be able to prove that?
So there's lots of ways that could be done. Your code officers could stand there, they could work through, they can investigate. And if there was a subsequent violation, it could be a subsequent violation under the code enforcement statute that could then engage fine without remedy. There's a whole process that goes into that. Again, what we're trying to do is give you as much comfort as you can.
Well, when it comes to code enforcement, because it is a process, there's no comfort for me in this.
I understand, sir.
Okay, so if they're going to violate code.
Well, there's not intending to. We're just trying to give as much
I'm saying
as we
if
can.
the code is violated, then it's a process, and it's not like, well, gee, I'm sorry, we fixed that and it's done forever. It's something that could go on in perpetuity, and we would just chase our tails with code if you have trucks coming in that aren't covered.
I don't think that would actually happen under the code enforcement statute, but I do get your point because it's a little bit of a unique circumstance.
Right. Mr. Balaban, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I think he inferred or said in some real way that the landscaping, there's going to be a lot of foliage. Is that correct statement?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the next gentleman that came up, Mr. Mayo, said that there was limited landscaping.
So
which is it?
he didn't say that.
Well,
The slide said it, and I did the slide, and there's a reason for that. He didn't say there's limited landscaping. That slide doesn't show all of the landscaping that would be along that barrier. So what I wanted to make clear when he sent that to me is it's meant to show the distance, which is, by the way, this is not a guess. That's a 200-foot canal right-of-way owned by the Lake Worth Drainage District. So you've got more than 200 feet from sort of wall to wall. And so that was meant to show sort of that distance, but it doesn't have all the foliage that's actually required by the landscape plans because that doesn't really show everything. So that's why it said limited landscape on that. It was just for that slide.
Well, let's go back to the comment Mr. Balaban made about the trees. I believe he mentioned a lot of trees. Okay. What do we do about maintaining those
Can you
trees?
talk into the microphone, please?
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
You got lots and lots of trees. How do you maintain those trees? Because, it's very common for palm fronds and other things to not be taken care of, or they fall to the ground. And what happens is that attracts rodents and vermin. And how do we deal with that? But again, that becomes a code violation and something that can't easily be But if you don't maintain it, it becomes a code violation, yes?
That's a good question.
Your microphone's not on, I don't think.
Okay. Also, I need to know, what are the proposed hours of operation? I've heard 24/7, I've heard limited hours. Can somebody help me out here?
So I asked that exact same question for clarity. Your code has some hours. Here's what we would, I wrote down, as I asked. I got to go through all my notes because I've got a whole lot of responses to some of what people said, so I got to find the right thing. I apologize. I know I wrote it down. It's in red. Okay, here we go. So we would like some qualification as to storm event. So before a storm event, we could have some additional hours of operation, but or after. But the typical hours of operations, we could agree 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays, and nothing on Sundays. Closed on Sundays.
6:30 to 7, did you say 6:30 to 7:30?
6:30 a.m. 7 p.m.
7 p.m., so that's 12 and a half hours?
Yes.
12 and a half hours. And on Saturday, what is it?
7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
So that's 9 hours.
And closed on Sunday.
Okay. And there was a slide that spoke to trips, truck trips.
Correct.
And did that slide show in excess of 200 trips a day?
Yes, the proposed use, the 59,000 square feet, would be 296 total trips. That includes trucks and cars.
Sure.
Per day.
How much of that would you say would be trucks? Because obviously your workers are going to come in, park.
Right.
Your 15 workers, so that's 15 trips.
Right. Throughout the course of the day, a majority of that would be trucks throughout the course of the day. But during a peak hour, during the 7 to 9 in the morning and the 4 to 6, when you see more of the congestion in that area,
Right.
It'd be more likely to be the cars, would be the employees.
Well,
during
how about if we round down to 250?
What's that?
Can we round down the trucks to 250 and give you the 40 for cars or whatever?
Seems like reasonable.
So that would be 20 trips an hour. One truck every 3 minutes.
In each direction. So the trips are one in and one out. So
Okay. How much do your trucks weigh? Empty?
What was the question?
Weight of trucks. Weight of empty trucks.
Same commercial DOT, gross vehicle weight. Jason Pepitone, 785 Northeast 33rd Street, Boca Raton, Florida. So it would be the same thing. DOT regulates 56,000 commercial vehicles, 60,000, and 80,000. So it would be regulated by the Department of Transportation.
So, okay, well, I'm not familiar with that. So your truck's empty or 50, or how much do they weigh?
Well, every load will vary based on the material and the density
How much
of
do
it.
they weigh empty?
Well, again, that also varies depending on the carrier and their choice of equipment.
Okay, I have a question for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Pepitone.
Our roads, in and out, Boutwell Road, what are they rated for? Will they handle these trucks, that kind of wear and tear?
I'm sorry, I'm not a transportation or a civil engineer, and I have no ability to answer that question. I'm sorry. We could pose it to public services and one of our consultants and get back to you, but I can't answer that.
Well, let me ask you a different way. Maybe you can ask this, maybe a softball question. I would, not being an engineer, would it be safe to say that Boutwell Road is built to a higher standard to hold more weight than the ancillary roads, the arteries?
Having been involved in it a little bit more than I care to admit, 6-7 years ago, the Boutwell Road improvement was going to have a stabilized base and be designed for light industrial commercial traffic. The same, I believe, is supposed to be done for the improvements to 7th Avenue North and eventually 4th Avenue North.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I'm not done.
Oh.
I was thanking him. You know what, Madam Mayor? I am done. Thank you.
See, I was reading your mind.
Well, I just have all these other notes here.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to take an attempt at this because it's all over the board. My first question, I think, is for our attorney. So the FDEP and the OSHA, I think I have 7 reports of some violations at at one of the locations. I heard.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but you have 0 violations.
That's why I'm asking my attorney.
Yeah.
Are we concerned with any of that we've seen that could be, an issue for Lakewood Beach?
Well, I mean, that's up to you because there are notes in the files that were presented to us. But to say that there were violations, I don't, you would have to have somebody from DEP to really explain their process. But I see a lot of check marks that say that everything was okay. So I don't, and he may be able to speak to this. So I don't see any actual quote unquote violations as in, I compare it to code enforcement violations. You may go out, you may say you need to fix this, you need to do this, but there's no actual violation. Okay. So I don't see any actual violations. What I do see are comments that may not rise to the level of being a violation, but were enough of an issue that the writer felt it was important to put it down on paper.
Okay. And real quick, the reason I'm asking is based on some of the location testimony and the pictures. I've been to a lot of these different facilities. I've never seen facilities with garbage outside of the doors,
Right.
Because it looked really dirty to me.
Sure. So a couple of things about those pictures. One, the road and the sites under construction. So those pictures are actually construction sites. So what you saw is there's a lot else going on. That site isn't the same facility as here. They are actually allowed to have those outdoor operations for what they do there. So it isn't the same kind of site. So you saw, for instance, a lot of those big doors with stuff right in it, right down to the ground. That's not how this is designed in any way, shape, or form. Those are not comparable facilities. I did ask Mr. Pepitone about that too. That's about an 18-year-old facility, and it's currently under review in Broward County for upgrades. So they have a site plan that's been pending for about 7 months there to upgrade that facility. The DEP stuff, what happens is those notes are there so that it says, look, if you guys don't deal with these issues, you may end up with a violation. So one of those was the door. Doors got hit by a truck, by actually a Broward County truck. And had to be fixed. And the DEP guys and the site investigators come out, it hadn't been fixed. They said, you got to fix it. It got fixed. So that's why when you see those reports, you see the notes, but you never see a violation because it all gets fixed when things are happening.
Okay. Help me understand. I'm very familiar with the gentleman. He's already left with the housing development right there. Because it was an issue for years. But I heard my property is 180 feet away, 185 feet away. Then I heard, that it's at least 200 feet across the canal. What are the right numbers? How close are, you know,
So what I can tell you unequivocally is that the Lake Worth Drainage District has a 200-foot canal right-of-way. So it is impossible for anything to be closer than that 200 feet. I happened to measure it on the property appraiser's website, and it was 200 foot from property line to property line. That was consistent with the LWDD right-of-way that they own. So I did not measure wall to wall, which is why I said it would be over 200. I don't know what it is, but it has to be more than 200 because the drainage district has an ownership of 200 feet of right-of-way.
well, just looking at some of the pictures, it seems like it should be farther away.
I think it would be further away well, it has to be further away to wall because you've got berm. So a 2-foot berm means you've got to actually, I can't do the slopes, George, so I'm gonna mess this up. It's not perfect. Well, okay, so George Balaban just told me you need 12 foot of distance to create a 2-foot berm. So you have that 12 feet. Then you have space, then you have building. Then on the other side, you've got yard, and then you've got building. So all I looked at was property line to property line at that 200, but certainly from wall to wall, it would be further.
Okay, and then clarity on the trucks that are coming in. The trucks will come in from 10th Avenue on 7th. Is that what I'm hearing?
Right, they would come in off of 10th and Boutwell.
And what's to stop trucks from coming in another way? Say, for instance, through the neighborhood, off of Lake Worth Road. And the reason I'm asking is we quite often hear from neighbors when the large trucks are coming in on other streets, and there's not a lot we can do. What's to stop those trucks from using a different route if they're coming from the western communities, you know?
Right. I mean, typically that's handled through the ownership in expressing to the truck drivers and the delivery drivers and whatnot on how to access the site. That's typically how it's handled on various types of similar sites anywhere else to prevent trucks from going through neighborhoods. It's communication with the truck drivers.
So if you have contracts with the western communities, they're going to come in on 10th Avenue to 7th?
They wouldn't come here. So if they're in the western communities, they'd use the facilities that are already out west. The point of this is that there's a gap, and what happens now is the trucks have to come from east and go all the way west. Here, they would be able to come here. That's the point of this. It fills
Somewhere
the hole
in
in
between,
the donut.
they
could go either. They could, yeah. I guess they could go either way. We could certainly work with your staff on a transportation.
Correct. That's what I was thinking.
Transportation management. And by the way, would guarantee you it ain't going to be me. Adam can work with your traffic staff to figure out the proper methodology, and we certainly agree that the methodology for directions to the drivers would have to be approved by your staff.
Okay, and then who's the hazardous material specialist?
Brenda, the environmental engineer.
Okay. Yes.
Brenda Worthop. Westhorpe. I said it right the first time.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Are you done with this gentleman? Can he sit down?
Yes, I believe so. I'm sorry, we had so much going on. I just wrote it down and I'm trying to recap. So let's talk about some of the material. So we're talking about construction debris. In the city of Lake Worth Beach and some of the older cities, we quite often have asbestos and lead paint and things like that. How does a facility like that deal with that kind of, I mean, they separate it?
So
Is
you're talking
it
about
separate processing?
So typically what happens is before any building goes through any type of demolition, they have to get a building permit. And if it's known that that age of the building might have asbestos, which I think was only used like up until the 70s, but don't quote me on that. Same with lead paint. They have to provide a certificate to the building department prior to demolition. So that material wouldn't even be allowed to come to this facility because it's usually handled by the building department. So your building department or anywhere else, before someone can do demolition on a property, they have to certify that there's no asbestos. If there is asbestos, that's got to be handled as a special waste. It doesn't come to a construction and demolition debris. And even if it were to go to a landfill, which this is not a landfill, it has to be handled in a certain way.
Okay. I think that answered my question. I think that's it at the moment, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Robinson?
I attended the community meeting you had here. I attended the planning and zoning meeting. I appreciate both sides of the information we've got. I just had a question on the KSF presentation of other uses.
It's 1,000 square feet. So it would be
Oh,
146
1,000
KSF
K
is
is 1,000.
146,000 square feet.
I am ready to vote.
Madam Mayor.
I have a question.
Oh.
I would like to go first too. Most of you guys got the majority of my questions, so you've saved me some time. Thank you. When you had mentioned earlier about the Broward County facility, that was one of my questions too. It was Pompano Beach, I believe, Mr. Pepitone's other location that somebody showed a photo of this evening? Yes. Was it Deerfield Beach? Okay.
Yeah, the Deerfield Beach
So
facilities.
the Deerfield Beach facility they don't have the same restrictions as in whatever's going to be processed must be processed indoors?
Correct.
They don't have that.
That's correct.
That there. Okay. That was number one. Also, in reference to the environmental of it, is it, and I don't know what the practice of this is, so maybe you can help me or maybe staff can help me. When you say, I know a lot about, in construction and home construction and renovations and things of that nature. Obviously, we know that if something has asbestos or lead paint or whatever, and if the building department, they're notified of it. But a lot of these fixers and flippers and people that go in, nobody knows what the heck's in it, and they're just tearing it out and throwing it away. Is that the type of stuff that's coming in and going to? I mean, is there some grand poobah that says, no, I've got the divining rod that knows there's asbestos in that tile, or does the stuff come?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you can. That's a tough question. I mean, I don't know that the spotters, I think, are trained in certain types of waste, and so they would certainly know if it was something hazardous. Asbestos is one of those things that it's definitely a problem if you're breathing it in. It's not something that, thankfully, we have to worry about as much in today's construction materials. It's material, as you noted, was in older buildings. So fixers and flippers, I don't know that they're going to come across asbestos. It was typically used in certain type of ceiling tiles, and I couldn't tell you where, but it's not something you'd typically find in an ordinary.
So we can't assume everybody's going to do things illegally, but we also know that sometimes people do. Right. And so what Brenda just mentioned is there are spotters, and I mentioned that too. They're DEP. They have to be trained and licensed through DEP, and they look for certain things to try to resolve that, just in case that someone did something like that. The majority of this, though, is not the flippers. That's not what typically is coming, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't have the trucks. You would have some smaller stuff. Because if they were doing that kind of work that they would need trucks, they're not doing that without a permit, because everybody would know. Right. So it's the little stuff mostly, not the big stuff that gets done without the permits.
Right.
So that's where some of that difference lies.
If I could just add, Brian, these are like large containers, so it'd be pretty hard to conceal that. Typically what you're going to be getting, not necessarily smaller things, but like a dumpster, 20-yard container that's outside of a house. That's pretty obvious. You're going to know, your code enforcement people would know that someone's doing major renovation there.
Okay, and Mr. Balaban, I'm trying to think. When you were talking earlier about the filtration system in the water in the lakes, what exactly is when you said it is then processed and then recycled?
Okay.
What is exactly the process? I just worry, we've got things going on like, say, the State Road 7 argument out next to the highways, whatever. We've got a canal there, so I'm just wondering what the process is and what are the regulations for the water that you're pumping into that lake.
Right. So what happens is there's a series of pipes interconnected within the site. We've also added extraction trench, which are basically underground chambers that perforate pipe and have extrait down to the groundwater. And after that gets down there, then it goes to the lakes and gets quality, basically. It stays in the water a certain amount of time before it discharges. But that's a long period of time, and it's very minimal discharge we're talking.
Which is all regulated also by the
All
Water
regulated by
Management District and the Lake Waste Drainage District because it's their canal.
Okay.
So they all have to meet. There's certain discharge rates and discharge allowances by statute, and in your conditions, you have a requirement that we have to get those permits. And of course, we would get those permits before anything could happen on site.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hardy?
Yep, just one question for Sandy and one question, I guess, for some questions for Mr. Pepitone. At Mr. Pepitone's other facility where he's employed in Deerfield, the notes that I have here from these DEP inspections said that they fire noise rounds to scare away the birds. When you did your noise study, were they firing any noise rounds at that time?
No, they were not.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question for Mr. Sandy. And for Mr. Pepitone, what do you do at the Deerfield site?
That's a class 1 facility, and we receive municipal solid waste, which is your household waste, your trash. We have several cities in Broward County under contract, Deerfield Beach being one of them, Oakland Park, Coconut Creek, and Hillsborough Mile.
I should have been more specific. Okay. What is your role with the Deerfield?
Your job.
Okay, so that's a good question. As a matter of fact, my father and I actually built that site in 2006, permitted it, developed it, and built it. It was acquired by Waste Services in 2010, and they retained my services, and I've been there ever since, and now we're currently Waste Connections.
So do you manage the
I am
there?
I am sorry, I have a cold. I am the site manager. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. We had a discussion about the meaning of a violation earlier. Mr. Pepitone stated previously that there have been no violations at his Deerfield Beach facility, and I have here again an inspection, and it says here again from the Deerfield Beach facility, the inspection yielded 3 noted violations. Violation of the description of the license by storing 2 or more containers outside of the building. But that's the first violation, as described by the person who works there. The second violation, as described by the person who conducted the inspection. Specific condition number 13, odors, dust, vectors, and noise shall be strictly controlled at all times. Birds, which are vectors, were seen throughout the facility. Again, the person who did that described it as a violation. And the third described violation was specific condition number 18, the licensee shall keep the building roll-up doors closed when the facility is not in operation or unattended. So could you explain in context of
Yes. So violations, as sort of relative to the code enforcement question, are very specific things that are actionable items. What the let's call it large V violation and a small V violation. So the actionable items are those checklists, right? What they were saying is you need to fix this. It's a small V violation. You're not doing what you should be doing, but it doesn't rise to the level of the violation, and it's then fixed. The door was the one thing that had the issue, which also generates some of the other problems because the truck ran into it and it was in the process of being fixed. So the violations come when you don't keep up and you don't take care. So they come every month and they say, hey, you got this problem. You got to fix this. If you don't fix this, you got to, then you have the big V violation and it gets fixed because things can happen. Like a truck can run into a door at a facility like that. So that's what we're talking about. I was specifically referencing the legal terminology, not whether there was on that day that the door was busted.
Okay. So in legalese, not all violations are violations.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now, practically speaking, which is what Mr. Pepitone was speaking. I mean, he wasn't speaking to a room full of lawyers. He was speaking to a room full of concerned citizens. He said that he had no violations. When Mr. Pepitone said that, did he mean capital V violations, or did he mean small v violations, or did he mean violations in the practical sense that normal people understand to be a violation?
Okay, so in my world, 20 plus years of trash, a NOV, notice of violation, is a notice of violation. When they do their monthly inspection reports, they have things items that could lead to a violation that they notate without remedial process. I've had 0 notice of violations, which result in closure of the facility and or fines. That's never happened, and that's what I stated because that's my industry, so I only speak to the industry terminology that I understand.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I believe those are my questions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. These specific conditions, specific condition number 13, specific condition number 18, how were those conditions, I guess, attached to that property? You know, whose conditions were those? In this inspection here, which is from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, right? Which I believe you were given yesterday.
I don't know what you're looking at. 'Cause I
Okay.
don't have it,
So
I don't know what you're.
What do you? Can you please?
Yeah, so
Can
I
you
have
read the-
the Florida Department of Environmental Protection inspection checklist, facility information, Deerfield Beach Recycling Transfer
What's the
Center.
date of that?
3/23/2018.
And keep in mind that no one is here from DEP, so we
Right.
should be careful in trying to interpret and understand what it is that they have written.
Sure.
Nobody here can speak for DEP, so
I'm just wondering, you know, what was he violating? Small v violating. You know, when they said
So there's a. Can I? Do you mind
Was
if I
it-
just
Yeah,
take
I'm
a
trying
quick
to
look?
get my-
that's fine.
Can you?
I
Just,
mean,
'cause
yeah.
I think I know, but I want to. Where is it?
The highlighted portion towards the bottom.
Okay.
I'm wondering, you know, because
Actually, do know what it means.
right. Okay. So
when the Water Management District or DEP issues their permits,
Right.
they have general conditions, right? General conditions, and then they have specific conditions. So there are specific conditions that says, as part of your operation for DEP's rules, you got to do these things.
right.
They're saying that at that point, if you don't fix the door, right, or whatever it is, that would violate the specific condition. But again, that's what they do, right? They tell you, hey, this is an issue you got to fix. If you don't fix it, then you get that NOV.
Right.
And of course, in that circumstance, what we're talking about was literally a truck going into a door. Things can happen, and you got to work towards remedy, right? Just like if your house, someone runs into your mailbox, takes you a little bit to get one prefabbed, get it done, put it back up. I only know that because my father-in-law ran into my mailbox. That's probably why that's in my head. He can't watch this. He's not watching this. So you know, it's them coming out saying you got to keep up. That's why they do those monthly inspections, so that you keep things moving in the right direction.
So there were small v violations of the conditions that some permitting organization
They were
Made you follow
noted
to
that
get
if
the permit.
they would become violations if you don't fix them.
right. Small v. Small. V.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that goes to the question that Commissioner Maxwell, he was asking questions about how do you enforce some of these things that we have in our code, even things that might be conditions of approval, right?
Sure.
So DEP, for example, has the ability to do things that we can't. Like it seems like they're coming for regular inspections at this particular site. Will, if this is approved, you know, will the applicant accept the condition of approval that the city can come on site regularly to inspect what's happening there to ensure that our code is being enforced?
I can only tell you that I would tell him to because you can anyway.
Is that a condition of approval that
You don't
that
need
the
a
applicant
condition
is
of
willing
approval to inspect
accept?
that your code enforcement inspectors, they could go up to your house tomorrow without asking. They could come up to this property. They don't need it.
we'll put it down as a condition.
So that's why I'm telling you, I'm fine saying yes without even asking because it's something that would happen anyway.
The reason why I ask is because we routinely have issues.
Please.
Okay. Well,
You don't
It's
ask
been
him
said
about
Our processes.
Lake
no,
Worth
because-
Beach processes.
Because people who own property have legal rights to refuse inspections of property. We've had
Right.
that issue.
So we're gonna
with
put
use
it-
and occupancy
we're gonna put it
inspections.
down.
So how
will
can
work-
we enforce these things?
So
Yes.
They
we will
would
work.
like to be conditions of approval if we don't have the rights that, for example,
Absolutely.
DEP has to inspect the property.
I've already written it down.
Okay.
It would be.
Look, no problem with allowing your code inspectors on. We'll happily work out whatever language to make sure that's clear as a condition of approval. I mean, Mr. Pepitone's not looking to create any problems. So if that's what's necessary, and if someone does see something, then it gets fixed, which is what you see.
Okay, those are my questions.
Vice Mayor?
Two quick things. So can a lay person fill up his F-150 and come and drop off construction debris at this location?
Do you have an F-150? Is that
I
what I'm
don't.
hearing?
I don't. But
You're asking me or Brian?
Well, I don't know the answer.
I mean, I know a lot of the other facilities allow people to go and drop off construction debris and things like that.
The answer is yes, and that is an added benefit to the citizens of this community. I mean, they don't have to go to a landfill and wait in line for hours. They bring their small material to our facility as long as it's permitted.
Right, it's inspected.
Yeah, everything is inspected. That's what license requirements. But yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. And then let's go to the birds and vermin. So you stated that in your facility that you work in now, that you take on, it's not the same facility. You're doing something different here. So
Correct.
in this facility, with what I'm hearing, why would there be birds? So the birds and vermin usually are around food and other things. So would you be shutting off cannons and things to scare away birds here? Why would there be birds here if you're not doing the same life?
So there would be no vectors generated for the type of material that this facility in Lake Worth would be hosting or receiving. That is because, again, we are a Class 1 municipal solid waste facility. So in Deerfield, we take restaurant, household garbage. 200,000 tons a year come to that facility.
So that's why
That's
there's
residential
birds.
waste. It's your wet, it's protrusible, it's the garbage, it's the food, it's A to Z.
But traditionally with, construction debris and landscape debris.
Well, I'll even give you a more better
Is
understanding.
there birds?
So in construction debris, there are no birds, and there is no requirement. And I've owned and managed several C&D facilities, and there's never been any requirements to manage vectors. Vectors are generated through protrusible or municipal solid waste, which is your household and commercial solid waste. And something that you guys know, landfills, like a Class 1 landfill, is required lining and leachate and everything else. A C&D landfill doesn't have those same requirements. It's like a nuclear power plant versus your FPL substation in your city. Big difference.
It's their substation, it's not FPL.
You don't say those words. Okay. Okay, everyone. Any future follow-ups?
Just about how tall are the doors at the Deerfield Beach facility?
25 by 18.
Just-
wide, 25.
So, for the record, so it's clear, 25 by 18.
25 feet
Yes,
tall.
all those doors that you saw that were open with the trash out was 25 by 18.
Thank you.
I would like to clarify a couple of things, if I may, and offer one more condition because it came up, and I think it's a big one.
Well, under our quasi judicial rules,
You don't get to come back.
well, it does say that he has rebuttal by the applicant, which I'm not really
It will be very quick.
rebuttal. Only the applicant gets rebuttal.
Right. So
Your code.
I will be very quick with it because there were some were direct misrepresentations of your code, frankly. So I'll get to that in a second. But the first thing we would offer is we will agree to a condition of approval. So this way Pamela can write another one, that the main processing facility would be made out of concrete instead of the metal, right? There was a discussion about the materials. And Jason says that he told me that he would agree to make that facility out of concrete, which would further diminish any potential noise issues from that. So I'm going to go backwards just because that's the way my note goes. There were a couple of things that were said. We talked about the hours of operation and limitations we're willing to do there. Someone mentioned grinding up of lead going into the soil. Just to be clear, there's no grinding of anything. This is stuff that's brought, separated to the right places so that it can then go to the right places from there. It's more like a transfer facility in that. So that's just not happening on the site. There was a discussion about, this is Mr. Kino's fun discussion where he sort of leaves words out of your code. That he says, would it generate more noise than a art studio, or would it generate more noise than a photography studio? That's actually not what your code says. It does not say any. What it says is some uses that are permitted or conditional. So just to be clear, the code does not say all uses. It doesn't have to generate less than all of the potential uses that are permitted by right, because of course that wouldn't make sense, because if any one of those permitted by right or conditional uses could generate more, it could happen anyway. So some of those uses, just so that we're clear about some of what those uses are, we've got mechanical, vehicle brokers, contractors' offices, indoor commercial recreation. Some of these would, some of these wouldn't generate more. By the way, the traffic, all as proven by the only traffic engineer that testified, this is the lowest traffic generator under the most conservative analysis. But here's some other ones that are conditional uses. So the question could be, does it generate less than any of these? So a veterinary office with outdoor kennels, automotive towing service and storage yard, auto body shop, food manufacturing and processing, heavy utility services, septic tank, sewer and drain cleaning and repair. The question is not, does it generate less than every single use? Because that is not what your code says. And it doesn't make sense that it would say that, because those other things could happen also. So don't let that misrepresentation of the code stand, please. There was a mention that tonight was the first time we mentioned that this was a construction demolition. That's not true either. It was actually in the P&Z presentation. I wasn't there. I just happened to get the presentation, and there was a slide about construction and demolition. There are health issues like 9/11. Look, I don't want to diminish in any way what happened to those people. My cousin is one of them. Okay, he was there on 9/11 pulling bodies out. I get it. This is not the same thing. These materials are not mass buildings dropping with everything in one shot. That is a serious problem, and it needs to be taken very seriously. But diminishing that by saying this is the same thing is false, and frankly, all right, I'm gonna stop. Anyway, so we talked about apples to apples. You have to make your decisions. There was one expert who testified. The Deerfield Beach facility and the Lantana facility that you saw both had outside event going on, outside things. The Deerfield facility, as you heard, is a dramatically different circumstance. There was a question about light industrial, not heavy, and so the KHA report, the Kimberly Horn report, wasn't valid. If you read that report, it's very clear. The reason he used light industrial is because it generates more traffic than heavy industrial. He took the most conservative view to make the comparison that your code requires. This is about your code, not what I think, not what the fear is. And I get it. Fear comes all the time I've been doing this for decades also. And there's a lot of questions when you have change, and there's a lot of fear. And so we try to do the best we can to come up with these opportunities. And that's why when we hear this, we add additional conditions. But that doesn't make it so. There was a comment, and Christina's a friend of mine. I have great respect for her, but she was wrong about one thing, for sure. This was not hidden from the neighbors in order that people won't show up and that it would be minimized. This was identified by your economic development department with a code name because it was an economic development project, period. That's all. No one's trying to hide the ball from the neighbors. Frankly, it wouldn't have worked anyway, because here they are. We had the town hall. This is not what was going on whatsoever. Economic development projects always have those code names. So I talked about that a little bit earlier, so I wanted to say that. So I want to go back a little bit to Mr. Forgy. He also sort of forgets to mention a couple of things when he talks about heavy industrial, light industrial. What your comp plan says in 1.1.1.10, it says all of that, and then he leaves out the last part, which says due to increased traffic. And what do we know by the only traffic engineer who testified? This is not an increase, but in fact is a decrease in traffic versus permitted uses. He talks about the policy 11.1.2.16, but again, it specifically says directing the economic development to the Lake Worth Park of Commerce. That is what is happening. He doesn't like that it's not enough economic development for him, but we're taking a vacant parcel and we are creating economic development. And it is in the Lake Worth Park of Commerce. So in fact, that is directly allowed by the comp plan. He also misrepresents the height because he says your code says 30 feet. It does say that, except He forgets to mention the sustainable bonus, which is part of this and does allow for that additional height. My question becomes, why do you need to misrepresent what the comp plan and the code really says? So yeah, I'm getting a little hot because I'm okay with real issues. And we heard them and we've responded with ours. And we responded with a concrete building that increases the cost of this construction dramatically. What I have a problem with is those kinds of misrepresentations. Most of this we covered. On the inspection reports, the Lantana, all the outside stuff in the Deerfield Beach, very different facilities. Look, there isn't a facility exactly like this because this is, as Jamie said, Jaime, sorry, man, I keep anglicizing your name. That's horrible of me. Look, somebody calls him Jimbo, but I'm just saying that ain't me. But he talked about that. This is actually the nicest facility that you've got. You've got additional things, and we're adding even more, and we continue to do that. So, you know, this, the last thing is this is not a manufacturing facility. So your code says manufacturing facility, right? You've got an industrial property of 14 acres right there. This is not a manufacturing facility. So you get to interpret your code. And your code says manufacturing facilities. That's where that 5 acres comes to. We aren't manufacturing. It's a recycling transfer facility. Again, if you have to misrepresent what's there, maybe it's because you don't have enough to go on. Now, I respect, and let me just say, I'm going to mess up the name, but
Closing statements
all
are
right,
not
so here's
necessary.
yeah. So no, I just want to look. I respect these neighbors, and I appreciate that they came out, and I hope that we're able to offer this other stuff for them. I too am a veteran. I too served. I was in Saudi Arabia, a lot of dust. So I get it. We're not trying to hurt anybody here. We are really trying, and we meet your code, and we're going to continue. And we offered all these other conditions, and we will work with your city attorney, and we will put those in place for the protection of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
So we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. So this closes the evidentiary part of the hearing.
So, in saying that, there will be no more questions. You're just deliberating amongst yourselves at this point. Okay?
I think you have to, don't you have to ask for a motion?
Well, no.
No, we can deliberate first and then ask for
Okay.
motion.
Sorry.
If there's any other additional questions. Trust me, I've done this before. Ain't my first rodeo.
Sure. So one of the that's some good water, isn't it? One of the requirements that we have for a facility of this type is that all the activities basically take place within an enclosed facility. And I asked the questions about the number of doors and about the size of the doors, because to me, at some point, how many, you know, when you add that many doors of that size, when does the box become more like a pavilion? And, you know, when you have 10 doors, 25 by 32 or 24 by 32, you're talking about, you know, 7,600 to 8,000 square feet of open space. And the doors are there to be opened. That's why they're not a wall, right? And then when you talk about the 2 doors that are 90 by 35, again, if it's a door, it's meant to be opened. And you're talking about 6,300 square feet of aperture in the wall. And to me, the box is basically a pavilion. And that is not space in my view. And you know what's interesting, in the Deerfield Beach facility, which Mr. Pepitone brought up in previous meetings because he was comparing the two, right? I understand that the birds were there for a reason because of what they were handling, and that the birds will be there. But the fact that the birds could get in there and stay in there, again, goes to the fact that it's not enclosed. And those doors were much smaller than the doors that we're dealing with here. And so that, again, concerns me as to whether or not we're really dealing with a truly enclosed space. And DEP, by the way, noted that the doors were open all night. They were small V violated for that. And Mr. Pepitone said that, the doors would be open, all the time, during, the entire operation. So I have concerns as to whether or not this is truly enclosed. And, again, even when the doors were supposed to be closed, assuming that there's proper management and follow-up, and again, they were small v violated because they weren't closed, but some of the doors weren't functioning. That was what DEP found, right? And as the attorney said, these are things that happen all the time, and something that are not within the control of the well, again, how enclosed really is this space? So I don't think this meets, my understanding of what, an enclosed space is. The other thing is that noise isn't really, that it's not really addressed to my satisfaction, and it's a part of the harmony issue. The noise expert investigated what he called 3 comparable facilities. I didn't see much evidence that they were comparable. I don't feel that he established that they were comparable, sufficiently. The other thing was that in this other facility, shots were fired, right? Noise rounds to keep out, vermin and other things. The noise expert, testified that he, when he did his noise readings, he didn't hear any shots fired, right? And so that's something that, might occur here. So I don't basically trust that the study studied 3 comparable sites to this one. And so I am willing to discount that. The other thing, as far as our conditional use criteria, it has to be compatible with the existing uses around the area. And right across the canal, you have some folks who we heard from, who are concerned about the compatibility. I think they're right to be concerned, or excuse me, not compatible. Our code uses the term harmonious, or harmony. I don't find it to be a harmonious use to the stuff that's across the canal, nor do I find it to be a harmonious use to the stuff that's to the south. And remember, just to the south of the Oakwood Apartments, that's where that huge door is. The door that's 90 feet wide, it's as wide as a 9-story tall building. And it's 35 feet tall, which is as tall as a 3.5 story building. And I don't see how that can be seen to be harmonious with the use to the south. So, yeah. Also, separately from the conditional use criteria, we have a general thing about site plans, about how site plans have to be, harmoniously organized in relation to, among many other things, the character of the adjoining property. And again, the adjoining property to the south, right? Whether it's in the conditional use criteria, or whether it's just, we're looking at a site plan here. There's no way they can arrange this stuff to be harmonious to residential uses that are right around it. And then, the last thing, and there was some discussion about this in the rebuttal about what Mr. Kino said, that basically they have to show that they wouldn't cause basically greater harm than some other permitted uses, right? That could go there. And I agree, some doesn't mean all, right? But some of those uses that are permitted there are significantly less noxious than this use. And so I was swayed by that. And so yeah, this is not the time to make a motion, but I certainly am not.
If there are
in a
no other
position
questions at this time, then that is the time to make a motion.
Are there any other comments from the board? If not, then it is.
Sure, I'll make a motion. So I make sure I get this motion right here. I will move. All right. So there are first of all 3 parts to this. There are 3 parts to this. I want to be really careful, right? So at the very bottom we have the sustainable bonus incentive, right? And then above that we've got the site plan, and then kind of prior to both of these things is the use. I mean, theoretically you could approve the site plan without approving the use, but why would the site plan be useful without the use?
Pam, how does the voting happen? Is it a one vote?
It depends. It depends. If it's a denial, as some of the comments would seem to suggest, it could just be an overall denial of, I would say, kind of the way that we've summarized it, a denial of the request you can read the title, for the conditional use permit, major site plan, and sustainable bonus incentive for the following reasons, because they kind of, what you said, they're kind of meld together. However, if it's a motion to approve, I would ask that you break them down. You say, motion to approve the conditional use, we will vote on that first. But there's no reason, you never get to the sustainable bonus part if you don't. So that's why the denial can be an overall.
Do we need to extend the meeting?
I was going to ask you.
Motion to extend.
Second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the meeting is extended.
I'll make a motion to disapprove.
Motion to deny.
Excuse me. Motion to deny. I'm just reading from the thing.
I apologize.
Okay. Motion.
Okay. Yeah, it should be denied.
Okay. All right. Motion to deny the conditional use permit, the request for a major site plan, and the request for a sustainable bonus incentive program. Can I just say for the reasons that I mentioned, or do I have to go into the?
Just leave it as.
You gave your reasons. If you could just summarize quickly.
Okay.
I wrote them down if you falter.
Sure. For the following reasons. We require all activities take place within an enclosed facility. Given the number of doors, the size of the doors, I have doubts that this is truly an enclosed facility. It appears to me to be more like a I have doubts that it's a truly enclosed facility. For the second reason that, noise is an issue that's not addressed to my satisfaction, and it's a part of the harmony that the property has to have with the surrounding uses.
You also stated it wasn't comparable.
Yeah, I don't trust the noise study, right? Because I
It's just your motion.
yeah,
It's your motion.
I don't trust the noise study.
Okay. Okay.
The third reason being our conditional use criteria requires that there be harmony with existing uses in the area. There are two residential uses really close by. Given the the nature of the property, the nature of the construction, the activities going on there, I don't see how they could be at all harmonious with the existing uses around. And in addition to that, regardless of the conditional use criteria, we have some rules for how we approve site plans that say, again, the stuff has to be harmoniously organized in relation to, among other things, the character of the adjoining properties. Again, I don't see how it can be harmonious. And then, the fact that, as Mr. Kino said, they haven't shown that the proposed development will not result in greater harm to some other permitted uses, and that, that they will not have anticipated emissions that are, the same as some other, permitted uses.
Okay.
So that's why I made my motion.
Motion to deny for those reasons.
For those reasons, yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. There you are.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor,
Thank you so
seconded by
much,
Commissioner
Judy.
Hardy. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone.